The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
And we will start with announcement of actions taken in the executive session. Turn to board counsel.
Thank you, Chair Gillis. During the executive session, the board considered one item on the agenda, the Coast Action Group, the Board of Forestry, and the board took no reportable actions.
Thank you. The consent calendar, we are not ready to distribute the May 2019 board meetings, and I would simply point out that our rulemaking matrix was distributed and is in the board members. Which brings us to the report of the chairman. And driving through California and watching the news, we have certainly entered fire season. It's with us again. I think the department has done its utmost to prepare us and convey to the public appropriate actions as we move into this period. So congratulations for using the off-season well. My condolences both to CAL FIRE and to the family and friends and colleagues of Stacy Hamilton. I'm sure the director will have more to say about that during his remarks. On a happier note, I would like to announce that I have asked Member Willis to adopt the vice chair role that Mark Andre performed for so many years, so that we know who will be running the show should my return to teaching in the fall or something else pull me out for a day from the meeting, although I don't anticipate any particular absences in the near term. Member Willis has also agreed to accept the passing of the baton for Member Usari, who is putting so much work these days into effectiveness monitoring committee. So Member Willis will be chairing the Resource Protection Committee. With that, I will turn to the director for the department's report.
Thank you, Chairman Gillis and members of the board. I am going to not be long-winded today, but I am definitely here for as long as you keep me for questions. It has been busy. Just on the fire front, yes, we've turned the corner. We're starting to see activity, as was noted, and I'll get to that as I move into the report. But first, Stacy Hamilton. Stacy Hamilton actually had a career with the Forest Service before he came to us at CAL FIRE. So for several years, he worked in Region 5 and was very much a well-known figure overhead on fires for the last couple of decades. He's been in the air program, both helicopter and fixed wing, and was one of our seasoned air TAC captains who do the kind of the forward air control for all air operations. Really a tough and sad loss, difficult time of the year, of course, but that doesn't change that it would have been difficult any time of year. Again, our hearts and prayers are with the family and friends, of which there are many. The services will be in Clovis, close to his home, on Monday next week, the 17th, 11 o'clock, and I'll get more detailed information for anybody who may happen to be interested in or in the area to come. All will be welcome. So that is where we are with paying our respects to Stacy, and I think I'll leave it at that unless there are questions later about Stacy and his career. So related to where we're going this season and how kind of things are shaping up, just kind of giving you the averages, and I do this often. We are at approximately 66%, 1/3 of the acres burned and number of fires that we had last year at this time. So last year was much more active by this time of the year, and more acres had burned. It was drier in the spring, so really that's what happened there. We are below average. Below our average, which we were approximately the same, about 70%, 75% on acres burned, and a similar 66% on number of fires. And again, that's really related to what we've had for spring weather. Now, I do want to highlight one thing about this. Our largest fire to date was the sand fire this weekend in Colusa County. And it's Rumsey Canyon, tough place, lots of difficult access, hard place to fight. So fires are going to get bigger. Not a lot of infrastructure or homes out there. However, fires are going to get bigger. Now, the reason I'm highlighting where we are, and this is not because I don't think you know, but I think it's important for kind of just the public record and kind of gauging where we are. This is as close to a normal spring as we've seen in a decade plus. And we all have known that. And so we entered into a weekend, and we're in a different era with the utilities. So public safety power shutdown is real, and it's going to happen throughout the next year plus until we get it all figured out and honed into a more tight box with the utilities. And that's really on them to do. But I wanted to highlight one thing that was difficult for me, the department, the state agencies that respond, and federal agencies as well, in that messaging was coming out of utilities that was different than what was coming out of the fire-related weather predictive services people. Now, they were talking to each other and collaborating, but when the message came out to the media, words like extreme weather, extreme fire conditions, those things were coming out of not fire agencies. They were coming out of the utility side. So we're working on that. We had a meeting Monday and yesterday to talk through some of those issues. And so I wanted you to understand we are very much cognizant of what's going on there and on top of dealing with that messaging and making sure that the public will know and the utilities in particular know that fire agencies determine what fire conditions are. So, other aspects of our law enforcement and prevention programs. On Friday of last week, we had 17 new officers graduate through their regular basic class and have hit the streets in their field training, which they'll be in for roughly the next 6 months. And then we'll have that new crop of officers. One of whom was a Forestry Assistant 2. And so while it's not what we would like to see, and we're going to continue to work to increase the numbers of forestry professionals that are going through our regular basic training to become peace officers, at least we have one. So it's better than 0. Other aspects I want to just highlight, again, our air program aspects in the fire protection. The first S-70I Black Hawk type air helicopter is now scheduled for sometime late in July, a month plus out. We're trying to move that up. What part of the issue there is there's some back order on some different non-flight related equipment that is attached to that machine or that helicopter. So we're trying to see if we can get the ship here into California so we can do some flight testing and have it available for viewing as well while we get the rest of those parts and build out the rest of the ship. So I'll let you know next month if that happens, or you might see it in the media between now and then. 7 C-130s that are working their way to us slowly. One is in for paint, to paint to CAL FIRE paint scheme. So we should, in the next couple of months, have one of the C-130s painted and available to see what the new paint job's gonna look like. But we won't have operational capability of those aircraft until the first one in 2021. So we're ways out from seeing the first C-130 that's CAL FIRE painted dropping red stuff on the hot stuff. The other thing that I wanted to touch on though is we are moving ahead with our training program. So we have an exclusive use agreement with Colson, who flies C-130 that is virtually identical to the way ours are going to be built out. And so we have pilots, engineers, the flight crew of 3 for each of those ships. We're starting the training cycle, so we'll have pilots ready to go the moment we have the first air tanker outfitted and in California ready to fly. So there is a Colson airship that you'll see flying around and dropping retardant on fires that is being piloted by the DynCorp pilots that will be our contract pilots. On to conservation camps. There's a lot going on with our crew issues, and I'm going to say just flat out they are issues. On the positive, we have Ventura, the first crew that made it through their training, and I referenced last month that they graduated. They went through their field training and are typed out as Type 1, as a Type 1 hand crew. So they are ready to go statewide and will be fighting fire through the rest of their tour at camp, that crew. The rest are working their way through training and available for Type 2 types of assignments as they have time in their schedule. So they'll be moving into the next phase in the next couple of months. Inmate shortage. The determination or the need to go non-determined for all inmates, meaning there are no more special needs inmates, is causing us some additional drawdown in our camp system. I'm working with Undersecretary Diaz, or Secretary Diaz at CDCR to address those issues, try and get more inmates into our camp system. But as of now, we're seeing a extreme drop every time that a camp is interviewed on this determined, non-determined status of inmates. So we have actually a roughly one crew worth of inmates that are dropping out of the camp system each time that we have CDCR enter one of the camps and do the interview process. They just don't want to work with, or they don't want to go undisclosed. And so it's caused us a significant drop. These numbers show that we're at crew capacity of 68. That's actually, since this was drafted, it's actually dropped even below that. So we are probably at about 66% today, so 2/3 of what our capacity is, and something that, again, I'm working hard with CDCR to make a turn So we have the inmates we need for fire crews this summer. Okay. On to the wildfire prevention and engineering. Our targets as of now, at this point, and we're continuing to do burn projects and fuel reduction project work, both with our hand crews and fuels crews, but also the California National Guard fuels crews that we put in place. But we're at almost 16,000 acres, and that's 64% of our goal for this year. We're at just fuel reduction work. We're at almost 12,000 acres, and 56% of that goal for the year. The fire prevention inspections, or the defensible space inspections, we've completed 55%, and those continue to be an emphasis in the field as we move into the rest of the year. I think you have the charts available in your packet. Other notable items, the 8 utility mitigation plans that CPUC is working through the certification process on. Our comments and subject matter expert advice has gone to CPUC and is being incorporated in those plans. Again, we are not certifying the plans, we are participating in the development of the certification process. Final couple of things. The 35 projects, the priority projects that are attached to the 45-day report. The CEQA process is complete for all 35. There are the approval process is going through natural resources, the secretary level. So Wade Crowfoot is signing off on that CEQA compliance process, and we're almost through. There are 2 that are left that are going through some final adjustments before they hit that final sign off. One's in LA County and the other's in Santa Barbara County. But they've all been through their clearance process from the department perspective. And so work has started on virtually all of those. Some of them, they're waiting for the window to be right. There's several that have quite a bit of burning, and some of those areas, the fuels just aren't quite right yet. So what I implored my staff to do across the state is to look for all windows of opportunity. We will adjust accordingly based on the resource drawdown and the fire activity we're having throughout the state. But we're going to continue to burn probably well into the summer and in months of the year that we typically have not been burning in recent years, but mostly that was because of fuels conditions. And as I started out my presentation, we're in a different state than we've been in many years, and we're going to have a longer burn window into summer than we typically have been having. Of course, these 35 projects are key to meeting the charge of the governor to protect vulnerable communities, and will do so. But they are just a bridge. They're a bridge to the good work that you all on the board are doing, and the contractors are doing related to the Cal VTP. That document is absolutely critical to moving us to the next step. About every 2 or 3 weeks, if I have to field the question, how come our project wasn't one of the 35? When are we going to get a new list of 35 projects? When is the CEQA exemption going to be extended for additional projects? And I have flat answered each time, at this time, there is no anticipation that there will be any more CEQA exemption for this type of project work. It has to be done under the Cal VTP or other CEQA compliant process. And so I'm holding to that, and I just want to implore on you at the board to really take the steps needed to make that happen. So thank you for the efforts you've had thus far, and will continue to. Finally, on a happy note, we are going to have an event on the west steps of the Capitol. And it's going to be kind of a surprise event. I'm not going to give you all the details, but watch for next Tuesday, June 18th. We are going to be making a very new and visible foray into educating particularly young people, but children, about wildfire and emergency preparedness, emergency services. And I think it's going to be something that will be kind of a hearkening to the past with an eye to the future. And I hope that if you're in town, that you'll come to the West Steps on the 18th. And I'm sorry, I didn't write down the time. 10 to 1. So there are going to be events, activities, and different things available all through that time. We'll probably do the kickoff there at the beginning, around 10. With that, I am open for questions, and thank you for the time to present.
Board members, questions or comments for the director? Member Willis?
I have just two quick questions, I guess a question and a comment. On the Forest Health Grant Program, I was pleased to see that those have moved along and 16 projects were chosen.
Yes.
I imagine there were many projects that were not funded, and I think it would be helpful if you know offhand, or if you could just follow up on how many projects were not funded, especially as we're in conversations with the legislature, the needs. They're great.
Thank you, and I don't have the number that weren't funded offhand, but I'll make sure I get that for you. And just because they weren't funded this time around doesn't mean they won't be next time around.
Exactly.
And we are already launching our outreach for our next round of grants.
And then last month I had asked if we could get a summary table of the 35 projects into the report. So if we could, that is, as you get asked about 35 projects, that tends to be one of the first things that people ask me as a public member. And just some sort of summary table. Maybe it's on your website and it just gets plugged in here. I know there is information on the website, but you have to kind of click through.
Yeah, there's information on the website, and then there's also a running tab on the Natural Resources Agency website. So, but it will be included in the next report.
That'd be great. And links to those more where you get more detail would be fabulous.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Member Chase?
Good morning, Chief. If I recall correctly, the department was scheduled to move to full staffing by July 1st of this year. Is there any plans to accelerate that in light of the shortage of inmate crews? I believe the Forest Service is anticipating roughly 80% staffing because of hiring issues and some other issues. But given that, the weather and recent fire activity, is there any plans to accelerate that move to full staffing?
Thank you for the question, Member Chase. We have not seen conditions that warrant upstaffing early. We're holding to upstaff early. I would have to ask for augmentation. I am in conversation about augmentation with the governor's office related to additional firefighters and those kind of things. But we after the last several years of being augmented and having early staffing and late staffing, and it really threw our whole system out of whack. We over the last season, we rebudgeted and realigned our staffing model to where it is, and so we actually are staffing up according to that staffing model throughout the state. Of course, in your area, the north part of the state, it's later in the year. As we haven't really seen for many years because of the augmentation and the drought conditions and everything that went along with that. So that is kind of where we were before I gave you the presentation about the inmate crews. That is fresh, like last week into this week. And yes, I am in conversation both with the governor's office and with the region chiefs about what the needs are to backfill behind this lack of crew support in the short term.
What about the impact of the shortage of Forest Service crews?
Yeah, we've been in conversation with the Forest Service over the last month. We've had several meetings with all of the supervisors and fire management officers, as well as region staff, Region 5 staff, and then my unit chiefs, region chiefs, myself, and we're concerned. Again, I think, fortunately or unfortunately, if this was last year, I would be coming out of my skin, scared. But this year, we still have snow on a significant portion of the National Forest System lands. And then we have very damp conditions in the kind of the place between. So it's pushing things back. What I understand, and I'm not sure if John Exline is able to speak to this when he gives his report. Looks like I'm getting a nod. But if I say something different than what I've heard, I'm just going to say what I've heard. So take that for what it is. What I have heard is that some of the staffing issues are related to lag after the government shutdown and just getting the process done to hire the firefighters. And so it's not that they aren't coming, it's just they're coming later. So lo and behold, we got lucky with the weather. So I think where we are, I'm not that concerned at this point, knowing that there's still a push that direction from what I've been told and what I understand. And again, I think John will speak to the more details locally to the Forest Service.
Thank you.
Questions? So just two areas. The loss of capacity and the reduction in crew membership. I think if you were to poll the board at this point, they would strongly encourage you to avoid the obvious backfilling strategy, which would be to move your veg-only crews into a different mode. I think I've been very impressed by the department's attempt to move to a staffing pattern that will allow vegetation management to proceed as it needs to. It's a constant activity, not an activity when time allows. And so that's going to be a tough one. If there is anything the board can do in a comment letter to the governor's office or others with respect to your policies, either to meet your need for staffing or to support the policies with respect to the use of the vegetation crews, please don't hesitate to ask the board for that support.
Thank you, and I thank you for that offer. At this point, I'm not getting pressure to change anything.
We don't have an active fire going,
but
of the sort that we saw last year.
Here.
Right. The other question, I appreciate the efforts that the state is trying to make to move forward with modernizing the whole system of alerts, warnings, interagency collaboration. It is, I think, very much not in the public interest to not have coordinated efforts here. So I'm glad that you're in discussions with PG&E My interactions with the media over the last couple of fire seasons would indicate that I know your communication staff is getting good marks for the information they're giving on individual incidents. But, it might be time, especially if we are lucky enough not to have an outrageous fire season, to think about outreach to the media, given the turnover in the people covering these events, given the nature of journalism in particular. I found myself explaining not just weather concepts, but terms like containment over and over again to people covering. And so, how we get both the language of warnings and alerts regularized and get them looking to kind of the coordinated message that the state is trying to deliver, rather than everybody inventing their own vocabulary and system. I think, I'm hoping some effort like that will come out of the governor's push to look at alerts and warnings altogether. So I hope we're making progress in that direction. But clearly, CAL FIRE needs to be in a critical position here, at least on the wildfire part of that alert and messaging system.
And we are. That really falls into Cal OES's place in this space. And I am in constant contact with Mark Ellarducci. He and I meet probably 3 times a week. And that is one of the things that we're working through. We're very much in concert in how we're dealing with the utilities on these matters, and we've made that clear that we aren't going to take new definitions of things that are outside of what our expectations are, and we are. And we'll continue to work with the media. We have annually, we go through a process of training programs with all media outlets that are willing to participate, and I'll make sure that we're talking about terminology as well as the safety element that we talk about. And part of that is just making sure they're safe when they come out to incidents and understand what to expect. But the rest of it is, how we message our message.
Yeah, something as simple as how containment is conveyed to the public has a safety element to it.
It does.
So, any other questions? Member Janine.
Good morning, Director Porter. Since we're on the issue of language, I'd like to back up to your report on the inmate crews, because I didn't understand some of the vernacular that you were using. Is this an issue of not enough inmates that are being cleared to come onto the crews, or what is the process?
Yeah, it's a combination of processes. So 2 months ago, we were still having low numbers in our crew counts because of getting inmates passed out of the prison system, the yard, to our training program, then off to camp. It's what I'll call the pipeline. It's a slow and difficult process to get inmates through. And inmates fall out of that process in any number of ways, both self-induced, but then also just when yard goes locked down, they don't let anybody out of the yard to go get the fire training. And what we're doing is, in these training programs, we're taking them out of the yard space. We have to pass them through the secure facility outside the prison, still on prison guard grounds, to do the training. And if you ever want to do a tour, I can set one up of our facility up here in Jamestown. It's pretty interesting to see how all that works. And then back at night, until they graduate that program, and then they wait to get programmed out to a camp. And once they go out to a camp, any number of things can happen along the way. If I'm an inmate and I decide to grow a beard during that process, I'm out. Because I don't look like the picture that I started with. So there's some really weird little things, but it's safety, and that is the way it works in that system. Now, fast forward, so the pipeline is fairly slow, somewhat cumbersome, and is not keeping up with the outflow of inmates coming out of the program, which has happened through realignment and other types of things there. There is also currently the designation of special needs is going away throughout the system. So what has happened is, and special needs might be somebody who came into prison with some informant connections that may need to keep them separate from, in order to keep them from having some retaliatory act taken on them. And that's just one example. There are many different examples of what a special needs inmate might be. That designation is gone now. So then what has been asked at the camp level, and I'm giving you kind of just a thumbnail sketch because I haven't been there, I haven't heard what the questions are being asked of inmates. Again, that's CDCR's program, but they're asking inmates in the camp program that now this is an undisclosed space. Do you want to stay here? And those that say that they don't, they're sending back to the prison yard. And so that's what's happening.
By undisclosed, you mean sort of no segregation of the population?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's a significant number that are opting to go back to the general public or general population of inmates away from the camp system. I don't know if it's because for fear of retaliation at the camp or I have no idea what the scenario that's going on that's making them have that decision in their process.
Thank you.
Sure.
Other questions or comments for
Chief, just, Chair Nelson offered the opportunity of the board to assist on issues that may relate to redirection of edge crews to a certain extent, but I would suggest that if there's anything that the board can do in relation to the inmate shortage that you're facing, that too, there may be an opportunity there that if you feel that there's something that can be done, I'm sure, based on discussions with Chairman Nelson, we can do something on that front as well.
Thank you for that offer, and let me see where I get with Secretary Diaz.
Thank you. Legal Services.
Thank you for the report, Director. I just have one follow-up suggestion that Member Gills, or Chair Gills brought up around press. I've just been scanning the press pages, and a press packet, a pre-press packet before fires could be super helpful. That's just sort of a standing document that you update once a year with the vocabulary, the words, what to expect in a fire, just so it's all there in probably 2 or 3 pages that that anyone would come up to speed on the drive up to a fire and have a clue what to expect. Could be super helpful.
Yeah, it's actually one of those things where I can do this and people find me on the web, but the fact that I am able to give near word for word official definitions of some terms as a scientist, it's the wrong place to be looking for that.
Right.
Because not even all my colleagues actually are very precise in their use of terminology. So I would rather that be very much under the control here and reflect any West Coast nuance.
Thank you. Will do.
Okay, well, thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you, Chairman Gillis and members.
Okay, with that, I think we'll call John, that's on to the podium, and do we need any time for setting up? No, we're good to go.
All right, good morning, Chairman Gillis and members of the board. First, on behalf of the Regional Forestry Randy Moore, appreciate the invitation to come and speak to you today and give you an update on our annual report from 2018 and an update on what's happening this year in 2019. Again, apologize, we normally do this back in, I believe, in January, but we had a little hiatus there called a lapse in government funding. So we needed to push it back. So with that, let's start here. I'm going to go through a PowerPoint, hopefully fairly quickly, and then leave time for questions that you may have. There. See if this works. Here we go. So here for the recap of the 2018 and 2019 update. These are just some of the broad areas I'd like to cover today. Quick update on national perspective. We'll get into wildfire suppression. Talk some more about the tree mortality in relation to the Forest Management Task Force, Governor's Forest Management Task Force. We'll talk about veg management. We'll have a couple different areas in there. We'll talk about state and private forestry, and we'll wrap it up with some agreements and partnerships that are occurring here in the region. First, Pacific Southwest region, referred to as Region 5, covers California, Hawaii, and the Federated Islands out in the Pacific Ocean there. So under national leadership, of course, we're under United States Department of Agriculture. A lot of people get confused sometimes since we're in the Department of Interior. It's an anomaly, we're not. So Secretary Perdue is the secretary. He had 7 strategic goals that he outlined last year. Out of those 7, I'm just going to highlight 4 of those that I think really pertain to the Forest Service. They all do, but particularly to our agency. Goal 1 is to ensure USDA programs are delivered efficiently, effectively, and with integrity, and a focus on customer service. Another goal is to facilitate rural prosperity and economic development. 5th goal, or another goal here, is strengthen the stewardship of private lands through technology and research. And the other one that really pertains to our agency is foster productive and sustainable use of our national forest system lands. Secretary has also instituted a program called One USDA. The idea behind that is to have all agencies within the USDA acting together and across those agency lines and serving the public that we serve. He's developed initial departmental initiatives that we're all here to implement to embody that One USDA concept. These initiatives are linked to the goals and serve as primary drivers to change departmental policies and actions. They're focused on modernizing USDA mission support activities, reducing burdens we place on our stakeholders and ourselves, creating an enduring culture of humble service to each other and the nation, serving customers and improving the delivery of USDA core missions, and ensuring our commitment to the responsible use of resources, and championing transformative collective leadership through empowerment and accountability. Chief Christensen was sworn in officially as the 19th Chief of the U.S. Forest Service back in October of 2018. She served as the interim chief, I believe, might have been almost 8 months before she was officially sworn in. Our chief also has 5 priorities of work that she wants to continue. They fall very nicely under the 7 strategic goals that the secretary has. And I'll go over those real quickly. The first one is uplifting and empowering our employees through a respectful, safe work environment, being good neighbors and providing excellent customer service, promoting shared stewardship by increasing partnerships and volunteerism, improving the conditions of our forests and grasslands, and enhancing recreational opportunities, improving access, and sustaining infrastructure. So how does this all play out? Just go over some numbers here, for at least for the state of California as it applies to National Forest System lands. The National Forest in California provides a significant contribution to the state of California. Our shared stewardship of these values aligns with the Secretary's strategic goals and the Chief's national priorities that I just went over. California National Forests are the source of the majority of our water supply and have a major contribution to local economies. So for some examples, water. 75% of California's precipitation falls north of the Sacramento. Most of that is at the upper watersheds, which is National Forest System lands, while 75% of the water demand occurs south of the Sacramento. The State Water Project and Central Valley projects help meet this demand. 57% of the water that the LA Department of Water and Power provides comes from the Lassen, the Plumas, and Inyo National Forests via the State Water Project and LA Aqueduct. That water supplies over 4 million residents and supports 1.8 million jobs. 83% of the water from the primary Central Valley reservoirs come from national forests. Central Valley Project provides water to about a third of California's $47 billion agricultural industry. And then hydroelectric plants on national forests produce over 10,000 megawatts per year. That's roughly enough to service 7.6 million households here in California. Recreation alone is the largest sector for the jobs that are shown up there. It's over 18,000 jobs are related to recreation on National Forest System lands. $714 million of the $2 billion annual local wage and income contributions in California are attributed to recreation on National Forest System lands. Let's get into wildfire suppression. So in 2018, we had 965 wildfires, which was actually below average for the number of fires last year. However, we burned 728,893 acres, which was above average on National Forest System lands in California last year. At the peak activity last year, we had over 14,000 firefighters and support personnel from federal, state, local, tribal, and military partners were assigned to incidents in the state. Again, the numbers of fires were below the average for the Pacific Southwest region, while the number of acres burned was above. We also provided an incident management team last fall. I believe it was back in November. It's actually over Thanksgiving. That team went out to support a FEMA operation for Super Typhoon U2 that was out in the Mariana Islands out in the Pacific. There was approximately 50 individuals composed of both federal and other local agencies that were part of that incident management team that spent their Thanksgiving out there helping with the folks out there in that typhoon. Just to recap, the Mendocino Complex at more than 450,000 acres last year was the largest incident in California, and that was a ranch fire, which was part of the Mendocino Complex, is the single largest wildfire in California history. No need to mention, but I'm going to mention the camp and the car fires. Camp fire, of course, being the most destructive and deadliest fire in California history. Also, tragically, we lost 6 firefighters died on wildland fires last year. We had 2 on the Ferguson fire, 3 on the car fire, and we had 1 on the Mendocino Complex fire. So those are actual wildland firefighters that passed, and the number of public deaths were just set records, unfortunately. One of the other things that we did last year, what we do every year, our BEAR, or our Burn Area Emergency Response teams come in, usually while the fire is still going, but do a rapid assessment to assess any imminent damage to national forest resources after the fire. Last year, we spent over $6.8 million in BEAR allocations for emergency repair work. That is not a record, but it's up there with, I believe it was the 2016 was a little bit higher. It was about $6.9 million that year. Here's just some statistics. The table shows that the 10-year picture for the number of fires in acres in California by National Forest System lands in all jurisdictions. The 5-year average is 44% above the 10-year average on National Forest System lands. Again, in 2018, 37% more acres burned on National Forest lands than the 10-year average. In the last 5 years, over 350,000 acres were burned each year. 3 of the 5 years, though, we were over 500,000 acres. All jurisdictions are showing a similar trend. Forest Service we've been utilizing, and last year was no exception, utilizing international agreements to bring in a contingent of firefighting personnel from both Australia and New Zealand. They were here last year. And then also last year, we trained and supplied and deployed a full battalion of U.S. Army personnel that were here in California during the fire siege back in August and September. Question came up about staffing levels for 2019. I'll just echo what Chief Porter said. We expect to be fully staffed. We are behind. A little bit of that was due to the 35-day furlough or the lapse in funding. Also, there's been some changes in our Homeland Security requirement for some of our temporary employees coming on, so there's been a delay there. But as the chief mentioned, we do have I don't know what average is anymore or normal is anymore, but it's definitely different than it has been in the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years. We still have stations that are under snow. We can't even get equipment there or personnel there yet. So we fully expect to be fully staffed probably by the end of this month, early July. And again, given the weather conditions that we're seeing right now, that has been kind of a lifesaver, I think, or a life ring right now. If it was last year, I think our agency would be just as concerned as the chief was talking about too. Let's talk a little bit about our tree mortality and aerial detection surveys. So in 2018, we actually surveyed about 137 million acres here in California. That was across all lands, all jurisdictions. This year, our surveys are scheduled to begin in June of right now, actually, beginning in Southern California. Again, depending on snow and anything like that, we have to time all that type of stuff. So we'll be starting in the south part of the state. From the aerial detection survey data that we're collecting, it helps inform those Tier 1 and Tier 2 designations. Again, we're using it for our farm bill and second disease watershed designations. Use it for collaborative mapping designations, efforts under the Forest Management Task Force, and of course, a lot of the information we get are used by our line officers and foresters out there to make some decisions when it comes to veg treatments. Starting last year and this year, we're actually training CAL FIRE employees, and they've been assisting with those surveys. Tree mortality. So in 2018, aerial detection surveys detected an estimated 18.6 million trees, additional trees that died on federal, state, and private lands in California, bringing the total estimated number of dead trees since 2010 to just under 150 million, 147, I think, 0.6 million is the number. And that's across about 9.6 million acres here in California. This tree mortality event was no need to probably reiterate, but I'm going to, was caused by the severe 5-year drought, coupled with dense forest conditions, high number of bark beetles, and warmer temperatures. Again, the majority of those trees died between 2015 and 2017, with the highest level detected back in 2016, when we had an estimated 62 million trees that had died. Approximately 32% fewer trees died in this year or last year, 2018, than 2017. So we're starting to see a downward trend. Again, with significantly more snow and rain during the 2018-2019 winter season, we expect forest tree mortality to continue to decline through 2019. In a typical non-drought year, we should be seeing less than about 1 million trees die per year. Again, in 2018, most of that mortality that we were seeing was at the higher elevations. It's creeping up the slopes, and that was in our red fir and white fir at the higher elevations. We also saw a higher mortality in oak due to sudden oak death, especially over in the coast range. Here's just some numbers as of January this year. You can take a look at them. I'm not going to go through them, but it just shows you the number of trees. And these are all hazard trees and infrastructure that we've been trying to abate those hazards around what's been accomplished to date. A little bit of what we expect in 2019. Again, these graphs show that when precipitation is low, tree mortality increases, and when precipitation is high, tree mortality declines. The dotted line is the long-term average precipitation or zero departure from normal. You can see that up on the graph there. Our snow surveys this year, actually starting back in October through April 30th of this year, the statewide average is 125% of normal. So we expect tree mortality trends usually increase when the annual precipitation is less than 80%, so we're expecting to see less tree mortality. The one exception, though, will probably still be with oak and sudden oak. It tends to increase when we have wetter conditions out there. So let's switch to the veg management arena. So in 2018, our timber target or a volume target here in the region was set at 370 million board feet. We attained 354 million board feet, about 97% of that target. This year, you'll see the target is still at 370. Originally, it was at 400 million board feet. We were on target to meet that 400 million board feet, but those numbers were adjusted for two reasons. One was, again, the 35-day furlough that we experienced. And what really affected attaining that additional 30 million board feet, at least for our region, wasn't so much that it was during the winter time and I'll call it the prep work that needed to be done. We still have some planning documents that were in the process of being completed, so there's a delay on that. And then there were still, some of those documents still have to go to our regulatory agencies like U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service or National Marine Fisheries for consultation purposes, and with those agencies also being on furlough, there's a backlog there. So we anticipate that 30 million will most likely, not most likely, we'll be selling that in the first quarter of FY20. And there's a breakdown of what we anticipate between our green and salvage program this year. Our salvage program is going to be up a little bit, and again, that was due to those fires that we just listed, and there's several other ones that I didn't mention that also will be contributing to that fire salvage. We've sold just about half of that fire salvage right now. It's already been sold, and we have, I know there's 2 decisions signed this week, one on the Shasta Trinity and one on the Lassen, for probably at least another 30 million board feet, 35 million board feet, somewhere in there. And we're still waiting for some more decisions that hopefully will be signed here in the next week off the Mendocino. Fuel treatments, number of acres treated for fuel. So our FY18 target was 210,000 acres. We actually did prescribed burning on 62,900 acres last year. That actually set a record for Region 5 since we've been recording those numbers, probably starting back in around 2000. It was actually the most we've ever achieved with prescribed fire was last year. The mechanical breakdown was 158,900 acres. The other category you see there is naturally ignited. Most of that is naturally ignited wildfire for resource benefit. We were that counts towards or was additional to the target of the 210. And also, you'll see some non-national forest fuels treatments for 5,900 acres that involve some state monies, not only here in California, but some of that was out in the Hawaiian Islands and some of the Federated Islands out in the Pacific, where there was some fields work done around there. So for FY19, our target rate was set at 235,000 acres. Again, that's been adjusted just recently due to the furlough, not by that much. The number is closer to 221,000, 224,000 acres. Accomplishments to date, that was as of last Friday. Prescribed fire, we're at 26,000 acres, and mechanical 51,000 acres in that other category. In this case, most of that is around grazing. We had a special project up in the Red Bluff Recreation Area in the city of Red Bluff up there. We had a herd of goats up there doing some work in that recreation area this year. So, and they did a good job. So that's most of that 200 acres that you see up there. Prescribed fire acres, we're way behind where we were last year. We lost, be right up front with you, we lost a good two and a half week window back in January when we were on furlough. And when we came back in February, the skies decided to open up. We couldn't even find some of the piles we were hoping to be able to burn in February. They were still buried under a lot of snow. We still have a lot of piles that are buried under a lot of snow. Like Chief Porter mentioned, we still feel there's opportunities to do prescribed burning, especially at our higher elevations as the snow begins to melt and field conditions are still appropriate. Again, we're gonna have to balance that with resource drawdowns, weather conditions and things like that, but we are really believing that our window is gonna be a lot longer this year than it has been in quite some time. Under reforestation, in FY18, we accomplished 10,500 acres of reforestation work. You can see the numbers up there, what was planted, what was actual regen. The alarming number, of course, is the 266,000 acres that are needed. Again, we would anticipate 84% of that being planted and 16% of that through natural regeneration. Most of those acres that we're talking about that are in need of reforestation, of course, have been due to loss of wildfire, or the recent multi-year drought, the insect and disease outbreak that we've seen in the 10 southern Sierra counties down there. And it's, again, accumulating faster than our ability to reestablish new forests. This challenge of keeping pace with the need is related to our shortage of resources, in both people and dollars from our funding. Again, we're going to continue to implement and revise our national and regional reforestation strategies with our eye on not just responding to today's challenges, but to look at the challenges into the future. Also up on this slide, you'll see that this past fall, we hosted a reforestation dialogue or symposium. Some of you may have attended that. It's a 2-day event over at McClellan. Had a lot of folks there just to talk about the challenges that the state is facing when it comes to reforestation. And species conservation planning. So in 2018, we completed wildlife and fish habitat improvement on about 185,000 acres of terrestrial habitat, 758 acres of lake habitat, and 490 miles of streams. We finalized just recently a new conservation strategy for the California spotted owl in the Sierra Nevada, and have continued to implement actions that contribute to pre-listing conservation for the California spotted owl in partnership with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, in addition to other state and federal agencies and other landowners with spotted owl habitat, with the goal of providing conservation assurances for the species outside the Endangered Species Act. We have provided detailed documentation to the U.S. Forest Service to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service on these actions. We just completed that. They're in the process of, they were petitioned and they have till September to make a determination on whether to list the California spotted owl or not. Let's see, as part of the effort, we have increased our efforts to implement, back in 2017, we actually were a signatory to what we call a memorandum of understanding with both CAL FIRE, the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, and Sierra Pacific Industries. The MOU is to facilitate an all lands approach to how to manage for not only prevent wildfire or manage fuel treatments in relation to California spotted owl to other species of concern in watersheds. We're working with this, and that MOU has expanded, and I'll talk a little bit about it when we get to partnerships and agreements, but it has now expanded not only with Sierra Pacific Industries, but we now have an MOU with all the, I believe it is, with all the major industrial landowners in the state of California. Not only that covers California spotted owl habitat, but also covers northern spotted owl habitat also. And those were just recently signed this past spring. We're also working with the Sierra Meadows Partnership to increase the pace of native meadow restoration. This group is composed of both state, federal, and private entities dedicated to Sierra Meadow restoration, protection, and conservation, with a strategy focusing on restoring 30,000 acres by 2030. And lastly, we developed and implemented with the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation what we're calling our Transportation Infrastructure Watershed Resilience Pilot Partnership. This partnership was launched back in July of 2018, and it focuses the combined energy of NIFWF and the U.S. Forest Service here to collaborate on cooperative work to restore terrestrial ecosystem integrity, watershed function, and to safeguard downstream water supply. We just recently went through a request for proposals, and I believe there's at least 3 or 4 that are funded. A lot of those have to do with aquatic organism passages up on the northern forests, Klamath and the Six Rivers National Forest. Talk a little bit about project planning. The table I have up there just shows you the number of documents that we completed back in 2018. These documents are only cover veg projects. So that would be timber projects, fuels reduction projects, or some of those habitat projects that I just talked about. So you can kind of see a trend there. We actually last year increased our use of that last category. I'll call it decision memos or category exclusions. Those are some of the tools that were given to the Forest Service back in both 2014, most recently in the 2018 Omnibus bill that passed last March, and again, the new farm bill that was signed back in December of this year. You can also see this year we're on a trend to increase the use of decision memo CE categories, and not quite double, but we may be doubling that by the end of this year. National Forest planning. Seems like the gift that keeps on giving. So just to give you some quick updates on what's happening in that planning arena. Moving forward with the 3 forests that started their plan revisions way back in 2012 under the new 2012 planning rule. We are actually starting to see some significant progress. So for the Inyo National Forest is in the process of finalizing and releasing their plan. We expect to see that here either probably later this summer. As mentioned last year, the Sierra and Sequoia National Forest, which had initiated plan revisions with the Inyo, we went out as a kind of a trifecta with those 3 forests. We separated those efforts back in March of 2017, mostly due to the changed conditions we were seeing on the landscape back again in what was occurring starting in 2015, 2016, and 2017 with the drought and the tree mortality that we saw back there. We are ready to release the respective draft plans again, and the shared revised draft EIS should be coming out here shortly. We're just waiting for the go from the Washington office on that. It's at the printer. We're ready to go to the printer, and we expect to see that out here shortly. National monuments, I believe last year we were still talking about the San Gabriel National Monument that's down in the Angeles National Forest. Happy to report that that plan is signed, sealed, and delivered. That was done back in May of this year. Talk a little bit about the Northwest Forest Plan for us. Again, as we mentioned last year, there was a science synthesis that was completed for the Northwest Forest Plan area. That includes all or part of the 6 Northern California forests, and then the 10, or actually the 12 forests that comprise what we call Region 6, Oregon and Washington on that west side. We will be releasing I believe it was mentioned, but we'll be releasing a science synthesis focused on the the California Plateau region. Most of that would cover parts of the Lassen and the Modoc National Forests. And we hope to have that out here shortly. We just recently finished the public feedback period for this last synthesis, so we're expecting to have that released sometime later this summer. We're also working on developing what we call a bioregional assessment for the Northwest Forest Plan forests. That, again, would be the 18 forests and the 1 grassland that's included in there, including, again, as I said, Region 6. We're in partnership between Region 5 and Region 6 on this effort. That takes into account, this bioregional assessment will take into account scientific information in large part coming from the science synthesis that we just talked about. Also monitoring data and what we learned from the implementation of the Northwest Forest Plan over 25 years ago. So hard to believe that that plan came out, 25 years ago. The bioregional assessment, again, is not a requirement for planning, but we believe it can set the stage and more efficiently inform what's working well and what isn't, as we contemplate plan updates and our modernization efforts as we move forward. We're hoping to release this bioregional assessment sometime late this summer. And quickly on some state forest action plans, California updated its forest and rangeland assessment back in 2017, which forms the scientific basis for management strategies in the Forest Action Plan. The state's 2010 Forest Action Plan is due to be updated in June of 2020 per the 2018 Farm Bill. Some new requirements are listed for programs and goals to integrate more national forest system in more of a shared stewardship context. The state's Forest Stewardship Committee is working on key elements as it updates the Forest Legacy Program assessment of need, which we will expect will broaden the range of forest types considered for conservation. Forest Service staff is actively coordinating with CAL FIRE staff to better integrate national forest system issues and goals with the states to work towards greater alignment in priorities and shared stewardship opportunities. Environmental analysis and decision making. This is an effort that started, I'm going to say, almost a year and a half, maybe 2 years ago. It's the overall goals are to manage efficiently and informed decision making. And this year we're focusing on the following 3 areas. The first is the area of regulation and policy. The second area is going to be on our business practices. And the third is focused on our people. Here in the Pacific Southwest region, we actually have a 12-member regional, we call them an EADM or EDOM cadre that has identified both short and long-term actions to promote efficient and effective environmental analysis and decision making. And these are the things they've been working on. Again, optimizing the CE authorities that I mentioned earlier that were authorized under those bills and that we mentioned, and also what's already existing in our manuals and handbooks. The cadre is writing guidance for optimizing category exclusions wherever possible. This will be a good tool for employee use. We also did a diagnostic case studies. What we did was we conducted case studies of current analysis documents to find NEPA efficiencies. These findings will help us to streamline and improve our NEPA processes. We also came out with what we call our line officer checklist. The line officer checklist provides a quick guide for necessary legal requirements and contents for each NEPA document and decision. We also conducted a survey. We had over 650 participants to determine the employees' view of challenges and barriers in NEPA processes. And results from the survey will help us streamline and improve, again, our NEPA processes. And we're also working on our communications, developing a regional communication plan to foster broad understanding among employees and stakeholders of what we're calling our EADM process. One other modernization effort, I'll label it, that is going hand in hand with our environmental analysis decision-making processes, this thing called forest products modernization. Again, that started 2 years ago. We just released what we're calling our Forest Products Strategic Framework for Long-Term Action, which is a roadmap for our agency's efforts to become more efficient in how we manage forests, deliver forest products, and carry out timber sales in order to improve forest conditions and create more resilient landscapes. Again, the document was a culmination of collaborative and deliberative reviews of our whole forest products delivery system. It incorporated feedback and ideas from hundreds of employees and partners, not only here in Region 5, but across the nation, on how we can improve employee training, recruitment, retention, make better use of new technologies, improve business practices, and reform policy. With everyone's input, we're able to identify over 100 modernization actions, many of which are already completed or in progress. Some examples, we're expanding and updating training programs to reflect those new authorities that I mentioned that came out in the 2018 Omnibus and the 2018 Farm Bill. For things like Good Neighbor Authority, Region has been actively, I think we've had at least 120 or 130 employees go through training for designation by prescription. We're looking at streamlining contracts and appraisals and increasing the use of digital technologies in timber sale preparation. These are just a few items that are underway. Again, we're in a period of learning as we adjust to the use of these new tools and procedures. This framework is ultimately designed to ease the burden employees are feeling in the face of increasing restoration and timber production targets. We want to support employees, and we're asking employees to consider how they will try out new ideas and take advantage of new tools, technologies, and authorities in their day-to-day work. We recognize that modernization effort is never done, and we'll continue to look at how we can improve those processes. Just to mention real quickly, tomorrow there is actually a webinar for anyone that's interested. It's from 2 to 3 Eastern time, so that would be 11 o'clock our time. The webinar will provide partners with an overview of the Forest Products Modernization Strategic Framework that I just mentioned, reminding partners of the feedback received to date and how that feedback was incorporated in that strategic framework, and share the Forest Service visions for external partner engagement as we move forward. So we're going to jump to state and private forestry here real quick. Just some numbers here on biomass and infrastructure. This year we invested we invested a little over $1 million this year in wood and biomass utilization projects. This reflects a strategic emphasis on diversifying biomass markets, and it was a split between energy and wood projects. It's a mouthful there. Again, we're collaborating with others to supply forest biomass to the new BioRam contracts, and they're not really new anymore, but to the BioRam contracts. And there's been some challenges with that. Some of the things are just the locations of where some of these projects are located. Also, we're experiencing competition for equipment, not only trucks, but skilled labor out there and workforce to do this work. We're also actively engaged with state efforts ranging from the Forest Management Task Force, Rural Economic Development, Wood Utilization Working Groups, and we're also contributing to setting up the Joint Wood Institute. landowner assistance programs. So in in our fiscal year last year, the Federal Legacy Program, or FLP, completed and closed the Rainbow Ridge project. It was located in Northern California. That was $470,000. And actually received funding for two other projects called the Mallard and Grizzly Creek. One was funded at $3.9 million, and the other one just under $1 million, respectively. Work is underway to close both of these projects now. In FY19, the state plans to close at least 4 open projects, and there's 9 additional working forest conservation easement projects using state funds underway. That will actually put us well over 120,000 acre mark. In FY20, California forwarded 3 projects for national funding consideration for $8.8 million. Community forest and open space. Just back in April this year, April 19th to be exact, the City of Arcata Environmental Services Department announced that it recently closed escrow on a long sought after 49-acre expansion of the Arcata Community Forest. Again, that acquisition was made possible thanks to grants received from the USDA Community Forest and Open Space Conservation Program, California State Parks, Habitat Conservation Fund, CAL FIRE, Forest Health, part of that was the California Climate Investments, and local donations made to Humboldt Area Foundation, Arcata Forest Fund. And lastly, talk a little bit about the Emergency Forest Restoration Program. There's some new procedures developed to support California private landowners. This program helps owners of non-industrial private forests restore forest health damaged by natural disasters. This program does this by authorizing payments or reimbursable funds to owners of private forests to restore disaster-damaged forests. I'll call it EFRP, provides less cost share support than the CAL FIRE's California Forest Improvement Program, or CFIP program, but it can fill the gap, we feel, both between the CFIP and our sister agency, NRCS's Environmental Quality Incentive Program. A little bit about urban and community forestry. Tree projects for California. Working with the City of Los Angeles, contractors completed a report that provides a roadmap for preparation of a comprehensive urban forest management plan. The report actually includes a review of the city's urban forestry program, governance structure, funding, and other components, determine the existing baseline, and then compare that with industry standards. Other projects in the states are underway to map and display urban forest cover on GIS maps along with more specific inventory data. A program called StuMap is designed to help map stewardship activities and networks with the goal of strengthening community capacity for stewardship. It addresses the questions: who takes care of this region, what are their gaps, and where are there concentrations of care. The LA River Urban Waters Federal Partnership has developed a plan with multiple federal, state, and local partners to restore and revitalize the LA River watershed. Partnership includes 8 federal agencies, state and county agencies, 4 cities within the watershed, and over 15 nonprofits and non-governmental organizations. Urban forest, what we're calling urban fire restoration. California Urban Forest Council is forming a new network with CAL FIRE urban foresters in northern, central, and southern California to integrate urban forestry expertise with fire safe councils to help communities that have experienced wildfires over the past years. The network will provide technical assistance and resources to help landowners reestablish their urban forests with fire-resilient trees for their area. Have to mention Smokey the Bear. There's an exhibit actually covering the country called Smokey Bear Art. It's a touring exhibit in the honor of Smokey Bear's 75th anniversary this year. And it was just recently hosted at El Pueblo site there in Los Angeles back in the first 2 weeks of April. And finally, the LA Center for Urban Natural Resources Sustainability. This is through our urban field station. We support research and informative exchange that conveys the benefits of living in sustainable and green urban areas that contain street trees, forests, and open space. Urban trees provide numerous benefits, including just some numbers here. Healthy people. 100 trees remove 53 tons of carbon dioxide and 430 pounds of other air pollutants per year. Healthy communities. Trees-filled neighborhoods actually have been shown to lower the levels of domestic violence and are safer and more sociable. And healthy environment. 100 mature trees catch about 139,000 gallons of rainwater per year. Cooperative work with the Forest Health Protection, our Forest Health Protection staff and the CAL FIRE Forest Health staff. So we're actually, this week, we're having an annual joint CAL FIRE and U.S. Forest Service pest management trainings going on in Reading this week. We've jointly funded invasive species management position in Southern California. California Forest Pest Council and annual forest pest coordination conditions report has been done jointly. We're supporting numerous education outreach events, especially around the gold-spotted oak borer, sudden oak death, et cetera, with numerous partners, not only with CAL FIRE, but with UC system and counties, both over in the coast and down in Southern California. We're co-leading the development of the invasive shot hole borer strategic strategy with the California Department of Food and Agriculture, cooperating across all lands to assist with forest pest issues, again, providing post-wildfire salvage marking guidelines support to our folks and other landowners, and also funding sudden oak death surveys and management. And the last area I want to cover is our agreements and partnerships. So if you look at the slide up there, currently we have 10 what we call regional master stewardship agreements. They range with a variety of folks, including California Deer Association, Fall River RCD, the Great Basin Institute, the Karuk Tribe, Lassen County Fire Safe Council, a group called Mamikoski, the Mule Deer Foundation, National Forest Foundation, Trinity County RCD, and the Wild Turkey Foundation, just to name several organizations. In 2018, we signed project agreements, 10 in total, again, with a lot of those organizations I just mentioned. This year, I know it only shows 2 project agreements signed to date. I know that number is actually a lot higher right now. I know there's 6 other projects that have been signed in addition to those 2 or are ready to be signed. A little bit about this thing called shared stewardship. I want to say, I believe it was last August, it might have been September, Secretary Perdue came out with a document called Towards Shared Stewardship, and has a long title after that. It was really meant to how the department, how the federal government should be working with state governments across the nation. This idea about shared stewardship. So here in California, we are getting close to having a signed agreement between the Secretary and the government. Again, this is going to create and maintain safe fire-adapted communities and landscapes, collaboration and planning, identify and implement joint projects, sustain and enhance forest management infrastructure, expertise and capacity, collaborate on advancing science and monitoring, and again, we're hoping to see that signed here shortly, sometime this summer. A little bit about the Farm Bill tools that I mentioned earlier. So the Healthy Forest Restoration Act identified this thing called insect and disease designations. Starting back in 2014 through present, there's 10.7 million acres or 610 watersheds here in California. That's 45% of National Forest System lands that have been designated as under this insect and disease designation. What that does, it helps expedite some of the NEPA work, and we're also doubling the use of CEs in the region in FY18 in response to those designations. A little bit about Good Neighbor Authority. We actually have 3 master agreements in place here in California. The big one is with the California Natural Resources Agency. We also have one with the Sierra Nevada Conservancy, and we have one with the state of Nevada. And that's for that piece of land that's part of Region 5, but sits in Nevada out there at Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit. We actually have 5 signed what we call project agreements or supplemental project agreements under those master agreements. And the most recent one is up in on the Klamath, up in Wairika, called the Craggy Project. That will actually be the first one here in California that we've entered into with CAL FIRE that actually has a timber removal component to it. A little bit about the California Climate Investment Forest Health Grant Funds. You can see the numbers up there, but out of the $91 million roughly to date, 40 million of that is actually slated for directly for restoration work on Forest Service lands and the rest on private forest lands here in California. Through a lot of those partner organizations that are shown up there, they've been successful in competing for and receiving some of that grant money. Memorandums of understanding, I touched on that a little bit, but to go further into it, memorandums of understandings are designed to create efficiencies in how work gets planned, information is shared, and accomplished across various jurisdictions and land ownerships throughout the state here in California. Some examples include an MOU for the purposes of increasing use of fire to meet ecological and other management objectives. That was actually started back in 2016, and presently we have over 35 signatories to that, including several air districts that have signed on to that. The MOU that I mentioned earlier for forest fuels reduction and species conservation in California for both the northern and California spotted owls. Again, these MOUs began with Sierra Pacific Industries, the Forest Service, CAL FIRE, and NIFWIF. They have now expanded to include 15 other industrial private forest landowners covering the central and northern parts of the state. And the final MOU I'll mention, and we just recently signed on to that, is the Sierra Nevada Strategic Investment Plan. That's being headed by the Sierra Nevada Conservancy, and I believe it's at least 12 or 11 other state agencies that are involved in that. It's to provide a more efficient or effective way for the state's agencies to invest in a strategic, coordinated, and impactful way, and will expand the work that was done under the Watershed Improvement Project restoration impacts. And lastly, just a little bit about partnerships. So the board here has been very engaged in the Southern California invasive insect issues, as we and CAL FIRE have been. Again, the California Department of Food and Agriculture is leading a statewide effort to develop a shot-hole borer management strategy with $5 million of state funds. Forest Service and CAL FIRE are co-leading the state's efforts with CDFA. CAL FIRE, again, to highlight some of the partnerships with CAL FIRE, again with the California Climate Investment and with Good Neighbor Authority, wildland firefighting, prescribed burning, Tahoe Central Sierra Initiative, and the MOUs to reduce fuels, conserve habitat, and promote increasing the pace and scale of ecological restoration. We already went over the numbers for the CCI grants. We're also participating in state planning and response efforts with CAL FIRE and board members, including the Forest Carbon Plan, the 2018 Fire Plan, and again, we have a lot of folks that are involved in the Forest Management Task Force. I serve on the board representing the region. And then we have a handful of folks that serve on some of those working task force committees. Let's see what else. The Forest Stewardship Program, the region's Forest Stewardship Program currently manages about $390,000 or has given about $390,000 in grants to CAL FIRE, Forestry Educators Incorporated, or FEI, and the Northern California Society of American Foresters. To support the following activities, includes the Forestry Challenge, Forest Land Stewardship Newsletter, Restoration Needs Assessment that I mentioned earlier, California Forest Stewardship Coordinating Committee, and the Forest Stewardship Education Project. We're also working with CAL FIRE again to update the assessment of needs for the Forest Legacy Program between now and 2020. And the Tahoe Central Initiative, that's through CAL FIRE, as an active member of the Forest Service, Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit, Tahoe and the El Dorado National Forest, along with a number of partners, including the Nature Conservancy, National Forest Foundation, and the UC System. An MOU with members of this group was signed back in 2017. In 2017, this partnership received over $5 million in grant monies, and project planning efforts are underway. We're hoping to see our first project actually either later this summer or first thing in the fall. Again, many more collaborators and partnerships in the region, again, are necessary to increase the pace and scale of restoration. We can't do this work without our partners. Just recently, we had a workshop that was put on by the Sierra Institute up in Jackson. And these have been going on probably for at least since I've been in the position, since 2016 and probably before that. It always amazes me how many community members show up to these workshops, and it's not just the same old faces you see there. I would say out of the 60 folks that showed up, at least half were brand new individuals, either local NGOs or local citizens that have formed some type of collaborative group working around natural resource issues throughout the state. And that's it for my presentation.
Well, thank you, John. Questions for Member Chase?
Thanks for the report, John. Appreciate you taking the time. I've got two questions on two very different issues, and perhaps someone from the department can weigh in on my first question as well. It's regarding the neighbor authority. A number of states have used that very successfully to increase the number of acres treated and timber outputs and a number of other benefits. And really the primary benefit of good neighbor authority projects versus some of the other tools that you have is that it allows the state to essentially retain timber receipts and then use that money to prepare the next project. And so it provides an opportunity for the state to provide seed money that then creates a self-sustaining program that enables the Forest Service to meet its targets that it's unable to with its current funding. Apparently there is, in California, the state is not permitted to retain those receipts, those timber receipts, and then plow them back into future projects. Those funds apparently need to be returned to the general fund. Are you talking with the Forest Service and the state discussing this and coming up with a plan to work through that so that California can really capitalize on that the way other states have?
The simple answer is yes. We're trying to find a workaround on that, and we're making progress on that. But yeah, that was a little hiccup that we're experiencing as not only ourselves, but as some of my fellow colleagues throughout the United States as we go into this GNA. It's kind of like building a bicycle as we go. And we're finding different nuances, and GNA takes all different forms. There isn't one model or one format that fits all. So that is, we are working through that, and we're pretty optimistic we're going to find a workaround on that. That we'll be able to still be able to retain those receipts and put them back into to future projects.
What's the timetable on coming to a solution there?
I think it's coming up pretty close. We have a person in our state private forestry, Jason Coe is our point person when it comes to GNA. Members of my staff, you're familiar with Lyndon Wren and Tim Howard are also part of that group, along with Matt Rushman and Ken Conway from CAL FIRE. They've been working really closely together to come up with a solution for this.
Good. So I certainly encourage both agencies to really stay focused on that, because the quicker we can get that resolved, the quicker we can build a more sustainable program and start addressing these fuel reduction needs.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. Just one question, if you don't mind. This is regarding the reforestation backlog, and I guess I'm just having a difficult time.
Right, could you actually, same question, could you actually back through?
You bet.
Your
We go back to the numbers?
Slide.
You bet.
I think it was maybe the quite early fifth, sixth slide.
Yeah, it's back there somewhere. There, that's that.
That's great, thank you. So right now, you're saying that the cumulative reforestation backlog is 266,000 acres. And I guess, when we look at what's happened in the past decade and the number of acres that have burned and the percentage that have burned at moderate and high severity and the relatively small number of acres that have actually been planted, I'm having a really tough time understanding how the backlog is only 266,000 acres. Just for an example on a forest that I'm pretty familiar with, Klamath National Forest, 36% of that forest is burned in the past decade, much of that at moderate to high severity. That's over 700,000 acres on a 1.9 million acre forest that is burned in the past 10 years. I would hazard to guess that the reforestation backlog in the Klamath National Forest alone is probably in the neighborhood of 260,000 acres. So can you help explain to us how you arrived at that number?
Yeah, I mean, these are numbers I got from our regional silviculturists. I mean, not all acres that you see that are burned are eligible for reforestation, right? So we have certain land management designations, wilderness areas, some other special areas. I know a lot of folks, when you look at the central part of the state and they look at all those dead trees that are standing down there, when you actually walk underneath those dead trees, I mean, it would meet the California CAL FIRE stocking standards, just the number of small trees that are coming up underneath there. So a lot of people have indicated, what about the 1.2 million or 1.5 million dead trees down there? Why isn't that included? Well, a lot of that really by definition is stocked. It's just you don't see the trees. Whether they'll stay stocked or not is a big question. I think the number is higher, but that's the best estimate we have right now. And I'll definitely go back and we'll relook at that and get you updated numbers.
Does it jive with FIA data? Do you know?
Remember FIA data is every 5 years, so it's hard. What occurs after you take those inventory plots, and they're on a rotating schedule. So it could, but there's that lag between the FIA data and the actual, what some of those reforestation needs may actually be or not be, depending on when the natural event occurred.
Yeah, so I think, remember Chase and I were thinking very much along the same lines, and this part of the region report is one of the ones that the board's had the most issues with. I would appreciate your follow-up there, perhaps in a letter back to the board, because I'm struggling with the administrative designation that puts it in the reforestation need. And I suspect that some of that is there is no assessment, as you say, because the management, wilderness or other reserve status, takes it out of a category where an assessment, if it was in, would say it's there. Is that number the result of where you decided to file planning documents to engage? So in that sense, it's in the total one, but I think a better breakdown for that number, because we look at that and we look at the dynamic over time of putting in, 10, 11, 12,000 acres against a backlog where, the answer is that growth.
Yeah, there's no disagreement. It's like spitting in the wind.
Yeah.
Really, so I'll just be frank with you. It's woefully underfunded, woefully. There's no way you can catch up to that.
So is there, given that you were moving to a new budgetary model with the U.S. Congress, is there any prospect that either the redirection of funds for fire suppression will diminish, or perhaps, a reliance on an obsolete model for funding like KV? I mean, is there any chance that there's actually moving to a model that will fund the activity need as opposed to a legacy of budget models or specific timber harvest driven reforestation, right? I mean, I can think of a number of policy reasons why you're struggling against a strong current here, but is there anything in the offing that would change it?
I haven't heard anything in the offering, but it's something to explore. Like you just said, yeah, it's still based on the timber receipt model. The other thing we're up against too is, and I think there will be changes now with the legislation that came out in 2018. We got one more year, what we call this fire transfer. We lost a big chunk of our KD money last year. Of course, it just got reauthorized under the disaster bill, but in reality,
And
to be upfront
I'm
with you,
sorry, we're speaking in code. Could you define KB for?
so it's a fund called the Newsom-Vandenberg Act that was passed back in the 1930s. That there's a charge. Simply put, there's a charge per board foot that comes out of the federal timber sale. That money is set aside for reforestation and some other restoration needs on a particular timber sale or a particular area that where that activity occurred. So we call it a working fund. Money gets put into it, stays in it, and then we're able to take that money out and do the restoration and reforestation needs on that piece of ground where that activity occurred. What's happened over the years, of course, is those receipts keep going down. We're not doing, at least in this state, we're not doing even age management anymore. There's not a lot of reforestation needs, but we still have these restoration needs, so we're still collecting that fund. Those funds were the first to be tapped under this whole idea of fire transfer or fire borrowing, whichever way you want to look at it. So we're in our last year of fire transfer. Last year we lost, between all the trust funds, just the timber trust funds, it was close to about $51 million out of the region went to help pay for fire suppression costs last year. Again, as I mentioned, that President just signed a disaster bill, I believe it was last Thursday. Those funds are actually restored, but by the time it goes through the process of going through OMB back to our finance center, we definitely anticipate holding that fire transfer mode again. So we're not going to, in all likelihood, we're not going to see the check. So we'll have to wait, and hopefully it will get restored again back in 2020 and then move forward. We actually planned for that the best we could, recognizing that as the year went on and the disaster, I'll call it the disaster funding bill, got delayed. We recognize that the chances of receiving those funds back and being able to utilize them in this particular fiscal year were getting pretty slim. So we did some manipulation of our appropriated funds to cover some of our basic costs and things like that. But it definitely plays into our reforestation efforts, especially this year too. I just have to tell you the numbers this year are no better than what you see out there from 2018. There's no increase. And a lot of that's just due because of the loss of those KB funds.
Other questions for John? Member Wade.
Thanks for the very comprehensive report, and I may be bringing up just another facet of the discussion we're having here about budgeting and what have you, but, and this is based on my anecdotal observation, but what I'm seeing is a lack of funds to maintain infrastructure, particularly roads, bridges, et cetera, things that have gone away in fires, not been reconstructed. There doesn't seem to be any ability to do so. And attendant with that is a lack of personnel. So staffing, engineering staff, particular people that manage roads, people that deal with the crossroad system, just seem to not be in evidence in the region at all. And so to me, that's, we've got some obvious problems with maintaining the infrastructure, but also safety issues with bridges being out and such. Or, large tracts of land can't even be accessed if there is an emergency. So I don't know if you can comment on that for me.
Yeah, I can't disagree on anything that you just said. It's all the above. We've definitely seen a downturn or a lack of staff. Over the course of the last probably 4 or 5 years, there's been a huge reduction in the number of, I'll call it non-fire type personnel. Includes engineers, foresters, all the ologists we can think of. In my tenure, there's been a long tenure with the agency. I can remember, I'll use a baseball analogy, that, we had a full bench and we had a bullpen. There's Greenville districts, there's some forests out there that barely can even field a team now, let alone have anybody on the bench or have a bullpen. So those are some of the challenges that we were faced. The region is really looking at different ways to reorganize. We have, starting back in 2018, with our Veg and Fuels program, we started this thing, we labeled one region, one program of work. I don't think it's a really new concept, it's probably a new acronym, but the idea is we actually, I'll say grouped or zoned our national forests. We split the state up into 4 zones, and it was based on various things around veg fuels, but the idea is really for those units to start sharing resources more than they've had in the past. We've had random acts of kindness, I'll call it, where somebody might share an engineer with an adjacent, or a district may share with another district. But this is looking at a more geographic zone-wide area where we're asking folks that in order to increase their pace and scale restoration needs, and recognizing that we don't have the same number of employees, same number of resources, we have to kind of reorganize and look at things a little differently. So we believe we're starting to see results on this one region, one program work. If anything, the communications between forest supervisors and other line officers is in my opinion, is unbelievable. They're actually talking to each other. As I say, people are actually getting up and looking across the fence and seeing what somebody else is doing across the line. Other areas that we're really looking at is working with both counties, state agencies like Caltrans, and how we can enter agreements and get some of that work cooperatively. We may not have a road crew, but if a county road crew is out there, can we supplement that county road crew by having them grade a road or repair a bridge, especially if it's part of that jurisdiction as they're moving through, working those type of angles. But it's definitely a challenge that we're faced with, and looking at trying to come up with some answers. It's not going to be perfect, but we recognize that.
Could I ask, following on Member Wade's question, if you could note that in the next regional report to this body, I come from an organization where at the system level we have billions of dollars of deferred maintenance needs. Berkeley alone has $1 billion.
Right.
Same kind of funding problem. The state does not fund deferred maintenance or buildings to any extent in our system. I assume you're tracking the need the same way we are, in the same way that you're tracking reforestation. And could you add?
We can definitely add our deferred
structure
maintenance
to this annual report.
Yep, no problem. We'll add that. The number will be high. I'll just leave it at that.
And that progress towards it.
Right, and it's no different than you'll see with our sister agencies, as I call them, National Park Service, Bureau of Land Management. Those agencies are faced with the same challenges that the Forest Service is faced with when it comes to deferred maintenance, both with our infrastructure, our road infrastructure, but also with our facilities.
Right. Remember, sorry?
Hi, John.
Hi, Sue.
How you doing?
Good, I'm doing fine.
Yeah, I have a question about the fire teams, the interagency fire teams. And I could be wrong about this because I'm kind of on the outside now looking in, but the federal or the interagency fire teams have increasingly been staffed by retired, federal employees, and it's my understanding, mostly from the Forest Service, but other agencies too, and who sign up with, with local government. And so they've been paid for quite a while, as local government employees, portal, is similar to what, how CAL FIRE's paid on, when they're on incidents, while they're on incidents. But it's my understanding that there's a change in how they're gonna be paid, so that they'll be required, and I know this is real specific, but I'm concerned because they're a switch over to, 16 hours a day and AD, administratively determined rate. And I was wondering, given a lot of the feedback I've been getting from people who, and again, they're retired, so eventually they would stop working anyway, but do you have a sense of how that's going to affect the number of federal interagency teams that are available? I mean, a lot of the people who are on the teams are in shortage categories, like finance section chiefs, that come out of the retiree workforce. And so I'm wondering if, how many teams you anticipate fielding this year and how you're adapting, given the change in payment.
Yeah,
If
so-
you know.
And some of those questions I can answer, it's
Right.
kind of outside my
Right,
my
I
lane.
know that.
Just from, my little bit of interactions with Bob and his group, the Fire and Aviation Management Director Group, and with the Deputy Regional Forester for Fire and Aviation Management. Yeah, I don't have an answer really for, my understanding is the same number of teams that were staffed last year will be staffed again this year. How the effect that you brought up, and it all has to do with, you've been reading the news media, and there's been a lot of stuff out there on the cooperative agreement we have with local agency fire departments. Process that is due to be rewritten here in December, or it expires in December of this year. And how that all gets rewritten and restructured, I think will have a definite effect or no effect or some effect on the answer to your question, but I just can't answer that right now. I don't even want to venture to answer that. And I understand what you're talking about because I have a personal relationship.
Yeah.
My wife is on one of those teams and she's a retiree, so how that's all going to play out, I'm not sure.
Member Delmar.
Morning, Director. I want to change the course just a little bit and talk
Sure.
about permittees. On one of your slides, you showed 200 acres that you grazed with goats.
Right.
My family has a permit in the Mendocino National Forest, and I know a lot of other families that run livestock on National Forest. And one of my concerns is that after a fire goes through, there's an automatic, you're not coming back next year, you get a letter in the mail. And it's hard to start a conversation about what's going on out there after the fire. To be able to go out and do some targeted grazing would not only, would really help what comes back the next year. And if you're out there and you're running livestock, you're concerned about what weeds are growing, what thistles are coming up, how you promote good grasses. And when it's just I know for a lot of permittees in California, and I'm sure it's nationwide, that deal with fires and get told to you have to wait a year. You can't open that. There doesn't seem there's a roadblock to get a conversation open about getting back in, even with a limited number of head, just to take care of areas that really need that grazing to promote the kind of grass growth for your grasslands and for livestock in the future. And I don't know if you have a way that we can start opening that conversation up so that we can, I know there's been a few people that have been successful with it. I've asked 2 or 3 times, with all the rain we've received this year, the grass growth is, past my waist. And so you look out there and you're thinking, boy, some targeted grazing would be not only cut down fire danger for the next year, but, be helpful for the grasslands as a whole. But there seems to be just a complete cutoff on being able to have that conversation.
Yeah, and we can work on that. In my experience as a line officer, that's not, it seems to be the unwritten rule that after a fire of a certain, catastrophic event or degree, that's an automatic, no grazing for a year or whatever. That's just a guide. It's not a fast in stone. When I was a ranger, we had a fire come through and we were able to do exactly what you just said with one of our permittees. being able to, he had to reduce the number ahead, but we were able to target some of the grazing on some of those areas that were not as devastatedly impacted as some of the others. So we'll definitely work on that and try to get a letter. We will get a letter out to our line officers, reminding them that it's not, it's a guideline, it's not written in stone or a policy that's an automatic 1 year, exclusion.
It would also be nice to open up or have the ability to open up some permits that have closed because maybe families have stopped, running livestock and so it's impossible to get those opened back up, to get livestock back out on those lands that really need it. And I don't know if there's any way that we can work with.
Yeah, that's the other big challenge we have is the expired or the permits that have either been abandoned or given up. Once that happens, then of course it has to go back through a NEPA process. And I have to be frank, it's not real high on the priority list right now with the administration that we have right now. But it's definitely, we have a definite backlog of NEPA issues. Our first priority, of course, is to finish all the NEPA for the existing permits that are out there, but then to start tackling some of these vacant allotments, I'll call it, or they're vacant allotments, and how we can get some of those back into use, and whether we can set some of those aside for instances like we're experiencing, because we all know, I'll use the word with the changing climate and the stressors that are being put on due to wildfire, insect disease, social issues, lack of water, type of water we get, whether it's snow or rain, definitely is going to play a definite effect on the environment out there and our resources. So how can we look into the future and come up with some type of system where we might have some flexibility to move things around, and grazing is a perfect example of that, where there might be some opportunities for folks to be able to do that. So again, I'm well aware of it. That is in my lane, so to speak. I have grazing underneath me, and it is an issue that it's been there for a while, probably too long, and we just need to start doing something on it. At least start taking some small steps towards answering some of the questions that you brought up.
Yeah, I think it's one of those issues that's rarely going to independently rise to the top of anyone's list,
right,
in a larger portfolio, but it is certainly an issue that is at the top of the list for the Range Management Advisory Committee of the board, which Member Delbar is a liaison to. So we would love to see that discussion go forward. Other questions for John? I have just a couple. Could you go to your timber sale?
You bet.
Slide.
That one there?
Yeah, so within the area that is not in reserve management, how does this sort of modern era 300 to 400,000 board feet compare to the annual growth in the non-reserved areas? And I was sort of expecting a slide on your sort of your carbon flux.
Right.
Of course. So
it doesn't even come close to what's growing out there. Depending, I'm going to guess anywhere maybe 20%, 25%. I mean, last time we ran numbers, it should be closer to 1 billion board feet coming out if we were going to meet the mean annual increment. Again, national forests are managed for multiple uses, not just timber production, but if we strictly looked at it from a silvicultural standpoint, it should be closer to 1 billion. Some people will say 2 billion. I think that's a little high, but it should be closer to that, probably the 1 billion mark.
Right. And so that's the, your green sales there that are down around 300,000.
Right.
In terms of your capacity with your other management objectives with respect to the salvage, what would have been the potential salvage within the, say, year window in which, we've got high recovery of value for that 100,000?
Could have been double that. One of the issues we're running against too, especially in this past season, is the amount of damage or the amount of fire salvage coming off of private industrial lands too.
Oh, I understand the market
So
limitations,
the whole
yes.
market limitations play a big role in that. And of course, given the capability under Forest Practices Act for some of the emergency exemptions that a private landowner can get, and the processes we have to go through, it kind of ties our hand behind the back a little bit. And we're trying to work, we really are working towards trying to expedite that.
Well, that's
I was pleased that-
my exact question, because I was impressed at the effort you put in as an agency after the rim fire in trying to move more quickly and augment your internal staffing with some folks to help move that through the NEPA process, and triaging it by separating hazard trees on transportation corridors is the easy one while you work in the background. So is that effort, to your mind, shaving any substantial time in the end off?
It is. And by concentrating on that and then looking at more area-wise salvage, because that's where we tend to be challenged. I'll just leave it at that by some of our challengers out there. It seems like that's where we can get the biggest bang for our buck, and the fastest way to get some of this stuff recovered and out. The other thing we did this year too is, especially on the, I'll say the Mendocino complex and some of the stuff up on the Hearst fire and the Carr fire, a lot of fire line was built, a lot of timber was felled by feller bunchers and bunched and stacked. We were able to turn around and get rid of that stuff pretty quick, because we considered that still part of the emergency. So before we close a dozer line and we have, 100,000 board feet that's stacked behind that, we were able to get that out and sold and removed. So again, part of it's our culture and working with our own folks. Sometimes we're on our own worst enemies. We put a lot of obstacles up. We talked a little bit about that on our forest product modernization, is how we change the culture of the agency. We've been doing things the same way for quite a long period of time, and how you change that takes some time. But I'm starting to see, we're talking a lot more risk management with our line officers. What really matters out there? Do we really have to go through a long, huge analysis to take care of hazard trees along the road when they really truly are a hazard and we need to get them out there? And what is really the risk of either doing a quick CE or actually just doing a letter in the file and making it a part of the emergency to take it out? So we're starting to see some progress in that right now.
Great. And the science review and your upcoming joint, kind of regional bioassessment.
Yes.
Will those documents have any defined standing relative to older documents like the Sierra Nevada Ecosystem Project documents or Northwest Plan with respect to being support documents for your Forest Service plans or your program planning? Or are they simply just additions to the literature?
No, they're designed to support the ones I was referring to mostly are for the Northwest Forest Plan. So between the science synthesis and this thing we call a bioregional assessment, they will actually be the guiding documents for the next iteration of forest plan revisions for the Northwest Forest Plan. We did what you alluded to in the Sierra Nevada.
The Sierra Nevada Ecosystem.
Yeah, SNAP, and there were some other things that went through the framework and everything like that we went through. Again, they're showing their age too as we move up the Sierra. So with the annual plan coming out, but I think the real test is going to be on the Sequoia and the Sierra when we get those draft plans and the final plans come out on that. It was how we're going to continue to move up the Sierra Nevada. And there'll be some substantial changes to those documents. Again, based on some new science and also based on the whole new 2012 planning rule that came out back in 2012. It's totally different than what was under the AG rule.
And I asked the question for clarification just because the board, has a historical preference for clear science-based policy.
Right.
And we had discussions only yesterday in our standing committee meetings about exactly what the scientific literature is. So to the extent that you're planning for different regions or different subregions, that those be your key science synthesis documents, it'd be really good to know that, and, you know, when they come out in CD form or something, if you could work with our executive officer to make sure that the board has them available to go back, because, you know.
We can definitely make those available to the board. I mean, they're online, but we can definitely give you links or give you copies of those, electronic copies, and more than welcome to do that, so.
And just finally, from my point of view, I heard the ghost of Gifford Pinchot roll in his grave when you referred to your placement within the Department of Agriculture as an anomaly.
Well, it was, I mean, it was, I mean, we want to go into the history.
Not from Pinchot's
No, it was definitely at the time, it was the right thing to do. I still think it's the right thing to do. I mean, every administration, I think, has mentioned taking the Forest Service and rolling it up into the interior, or taking all the federal land agencies and making, you know, a giant natural resource agency or something like that. But it always seems like the test of time, and we're going on to 120 some odd years now, right? Since Forest Service was formed, it seems like it has always stood the test of time. I think we are in the right place, you know, I'm proud to be a USDA employee.
Any final questions for John?
I guess just one final comment. Couple of things. Really applaud the increased use of categorical exemptions. You know, I think that's bearing fruit. It's a good initiative, and you couple that with the work that Christine Daw and others are doing back in DC to, you know, streamline the NEPA process. I'm optimistic about the direction you're going with your timber program. And if we can resolve this, you know, this issue with Good Neighbor Authority and the state's ability to retain those funds, I think there's opportunity I think there's considerable upside. So, yeah, I think you're on a good trajectory. You got a couple of forests that are really performing at high levels and doing some innovative things and virtual unit boundaries and that type of thing. And you know, if you can kind of export that to some of the surrounding forests that aren't performing at quite as high a level, encourage you to do that. But you're heading in the right direction, and appreciate the work that you and your staff are doing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, John.
Great.
11:15, of course, my inclination would be to go till 3 o'clock without pausing. So let's take a 15-minute and come back and deal with report of the executive officer. So we'll reconvene at 11:30. So board is in recess. I'd like to reconvene the Board of Forestry and Fire Protection, and we are at the report of the executive officer. So, Mr. Diaz.
Good morning, Chair Gillis, members of the board, Matt Diaz, Executive Officer. I have several informational pieces this morning, followed by one action item that I'll be introducing an action and requesting action from this board on. I'm going to start with the fact that you will see that there is no legislative report here by this month, and that's a function of timing. We currently are in a position in the legislative season where bills are introduced in a specific house are transitioning over to the second house, and therefore there's a lot of amendments, a lot of unknowns at this point. Amendments not so much, but unknowns in terms of what committee they'd be referred to. Any information we give you right now will be outdated by maybe today or tomorrow or yesterday. So we decided not to put any information forth this month. I do want to announce Cal VTP. We are working hard. We are staying on task. We are collaborating and working with all entities necessary to make this be a successful, to make this as a successful document as we possibly can. We will be putting this document out on June 24th is our target date. Now, I do suggest that there might be a little flexibility in that date, but we are targeting a June 24th release for 45-day comment in the Cal VTP. I announced that yesterday or 2 days ago in the Forest Management Task Force. And when I offer dates, I usually try to stick to them. So we are really focusing on trying to stick with the June 24th date at this point. I wanted to also offer some general comments on the workshops. Now, Chair Gillis offered some guidance earlier this year that we were going to engage in workshops on issues that are either policy or regulatory issues that are challenging and try to make more efficient those processes. And I would just like to say that I think that the process is working well. It has been a little bit of a time crunch for us because we're putting agendas out very rapidly, and you guys as board members are having to respond very rapidly. But the level of interaction from the members of the board, not only within issues that reside within your individual committees, but also some cross participation from board members has been really good. We've gotten some good direction. We've also developed, I think we have a bit of a teammanship in terms of the persons that are participating in those workshops, and I think that progress is being made relatively efficiently. So I think it was a good direction. I think that we've made best use of it, and we're going to continue to do that. But just in terms of staff feedback on the process that we have initiated.
Can I make a comment on that?
Yeah.
I also think workshops are great and they're helping us with our work. But I do think it's difficult for especially the public members to participate. And that's something that we should keep in mind in how much we utilize that mechanism. So I just wanted to put that bug in your ear because there are trade-offs. There's some trade-offs in terms of getting full participation from all the members of the board because of the midweek nature and the travel that's required. So just something for you to think about.
Well, in terms of, that's a really good point, and in terms of that, we try to foresee when a workshop may be necessary. We've only been holding them on a couple specific issues right now. So as we move forward on the planning of those, it was probably be incumbent upon me to reach out, and if you're interested in participating in a specific workshop, you need to let me know, because we do have some flexibility in the scheduling, not tons, because we have to move forward in terms of being transparent and open and compliant with Bagley Keenan and stay within the culture of the way this board works. But there is some flexibility. So if you hear a notification from me that is not the legal notice and agenda of a workshop coming up and you are interested in it, just let me know.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to mention that because, not so much for me because I'm a retired person, but the public members of the board who who work, 5 days a week or more have to continue to do that. And I think it's hard, I think, for a lot of people to even make it, they can only come to I'm not speaking for myself, but they can only come to the scheduled board meetings. So we should just think about that.
Understood.
And I think you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah.
And,
I still do have a day job. Although it's not as demanding as it used to be. But we also need to think when we do that, so we use them judiciously, but I think we're getting work done in some of the workshops that would be nearly impossible to do in a committee of the whole. And there always is the opportunity, certainly for people in the Bay Area, I can always easily set up a room on the university if we want to agendize board members collecting in another location. That can also, depending upon the composition of the board as it evolves. I'm sure my ties to cooperative extension mean we can regularly get a space at county offices around the state, which are easy to set up and where it would not be hard to make a public notification of an alternative location for electronic participation.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's nothing that precludes us from actually holding the meetings in the Bay Area. The meetings do not have to necessarily be here. So we have various opportunities to.
I've heard some people don't live in the Bay Area. I don't know any, but.
Matt?
Yeah.
As long as you have the ability to phone in, I've had to do that on at least one occurrence on the workshops. Though I can't participate, just sitting and listening in has been pretty helpful when we get to a point of bringing it back to the board.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I've done that as well.
Yeah, as long as we continue to do that, I'm not too concerned.
But we will make judicious use of that option. Member Willis and then member.
Yeah, I just second what Mike said. I spend a lot of my day job on conference calls and on video conferences, and you just can't be everywhere all the time. And I think given the workload that we're being asked to produce, especially given recent legislation and pending legislation that will likely come through, I think we do need to keep the workshop format. I think it is working well. I think it's a fair statement that, maybe we need to notice some different areas so members of the public can participate more easily. That's something maybe to ask for feedback on that point. But I really think it's helped us work through a tremendous amount of complicated, perspectives in a relatively short period of time.
Yeah.
So I hope we can keep doing it, and I'm happy when I can't make it, I have, we can always get a briefing from you or the other staff who are there.
Member Lasortis?
I just wanted to clarify Member Lusari's point. I wasn't exactly sure about the accessibility. Are you speaking about the evening meetings that we could hope, and that goes to this culture of the board meetings because they've only been in the afternoons. And I've been participating in lots of municipal meetings where they start at 7 o'clock at night so people can actually show up. And that, frankly, this is pretty inaccessible for people that actually have jobs from 9 to 5, that they cannot come to these meetings at all, which is, as a public member, this is the first time I thought about it, that's pretty insulting to 90% of the population of California.
Well, when I speak of culture of the board, it's not about timing, it's about transparency, and it's about the manner in which this board has done its work in terms of in a committee setting, relatively informal, allowing abundant comment and wordsmithing and so on and so forth. So that's the culture I speak of. It's not an issue of timing per se. The points are well taken. And as we move forward, my intention is to, until I hear to get other direction, the intention is to keep the workshop format. And if, we have significant issues that arise in terms of public members being able to participate, public members of this board being able to participate, or I hear a significant comment from persons on the outside about their inability to participate, then rest assured that I will react, right? So.
I guess I worry right now we have a selective audience because the only people that can come right now are people that are available during work hours. We have no idea what participation would look like if we did it in the evening.
I can try one, if you would like.
I'm not.
I expect to see you here at 7 o'clock. Let me contemplate it more, and we'll get back to you.
And actually, maybe finding out what other boards have been doing and how they've been navigating that might be helpful.
Okay, understood. I do want to take one moment to introduce the board's newest employee. Now, I do believe that most of you were successful in meeting Mr. Ludwig yesterday. I see him with you still out there, waving his hand in the back. So he has just started with us over the last week. He comes to us from the fine city of Davis, lives locally, graduated from Cornell University, and has now lived in Davis for how long?
5 months.
5 months. Cut his teeth in natural resources issues, primarily working on dredging analyses for Coos Bay, Oregon. So working with NEPA documentation and Army Corps of Engineers. Has got forestry background in his curriculum at Cornell University, so we're really excited to have him on board. He's fit in very well over the last week with our staff. We look forward to having him with us. So if you have not met him, suggest you introduce yourself to them. I really encourage all of our staff to become familiar with each individual board member because I really think it allows, it just allows us to move forward in a more efficient manner rather than having to run every line item through myself to an individual. I embrace the idea of everybody working together. So introduce yourselves, or David, introduce yourself to each board member. So we're happy to have them here. So lastly, but really today, most importantly, is a matter that is contained within your binder. And I'd like to turn your attention to item 9A in your binder, 9A. So, as the board's program has expanded, the responsibilities as well as the, well, I'll just leave it at that. The responsibilities as well as the expectations of the board have increased as well. And in order to get that work done, at times, it does require contracting. The board has always had contracting processes historically because the Registered Professional Forester program has long been served by graders and contract graders as well as contract exam preparers, if you will. But as we have moved into and waded deeper into advisory committees such as the Effectiveness Monitoring Committee and most recently the Joint Institute for Wood Product Innovation, the required contracting needs have escalated dramatically. And I will be the first to tell you that contracting within the state is not for the faint of heart. It is a long, arduous, intricate, and sometimes unclear process. One thing that is clear is that if you are working through the process with other entities, UCs and Cal State, which we are mandated to do, that there is what is known as an IDC, or an indirect overhead cost associated with each contract. The EMC has experienced this, and we're currently experiencing it with the Joint Institute. We've been told by the contracting entities that you see, in this instance it was Berkeley and Cal Poly, that the overhead rates associated with these contracts that we're currently trying to engage in is mandated to be 30% this year and will escalate to 40% next year. And that there is some flexibility in those determinations if the body in which they're contracting with has made a strong policy statement on what the expectations of the body are, this board, as they move into contracting. The workload associated with the Joint Institute for Wood Product Innovation is relatively steep. The funding to get it accomplished is relatively narrow. So it was a little distressing to me to hear that 30% of the monies that we have been allocated would go into an overhead, would go into an indirect cost for overhead management of the contracts. So we have been in contact with Berkeley on this contract, and they seem to understand that this board is going to be considering a policy, which is before you in your binder right now, and have therefore allowed us to move forward, it appears, on this in contract with the 15% overhead indirect cost associated with this particular contract. 15% is historically pretty common, and at this point, it seemed like a fair and reasonable IDC for this board to identify as being a cap rate as you move forward on future contracts as well. Now, I'm going to turn the discussion to Chair Gillis for a minute because I know that Chair Gillis has, long-standing history with Berkeley and has worked through many different contracting contracts over the course of his career. And, there's flexibility in this. I'm recommending 15%. The board could settle on 18, could settle on 20, could settle on 24. At this point, I've recommended 15 because historically that seems to have been the target number, and it's only over the last several years that these numbers of 25, 30, and escalating to 40 have come into the conversation. So I have offered you a draft policy statement for your consideration. The most important piece of it is the bottom line, 7 or so lines of text that's underlined. Underlined meaning that this is brand new text within that's being considered by you. And we would like this board to deliberate and take action on this policy. So as we're moving forward through this next several weeks of contracting, which are imperative, critical weeks for us, that we have this in place, and we're going to transmit this information over to our contracted partners.
Yeah, I think Matt has done a good job of consulting with the right people in the organizations. It says this is critical that we have a policy that's established like this if we're going to move forward with the Joint Institute, because in the long run, that is an effort designed to draw on kind of the collective expertise of educational institutions, both in the CSU and the UC system. So going into this with a clearly defined policy would be ideal. These rates do in fact vary widely. I think the board here is adopting an approach that is very much like that of major philanthropic organizations that simply have a longstanding policy that their IDC rate will be X, and that where the facilitation of the activity that's going on, in this case, the partnership between higher education and the granting institution, is of sufficient value, then in fact the rates may be quite a bit lower. The range could be, I'm aware of, full federal indirect cost is frequently, universities like Berkeley well above 50%, and at some universities has climbed up into 80%, 100% in some places. And that's really a reflection of the finances of higher education that, Berkeley, for instance, gets 10% of its budget, some years 11% from the state government. And so you could say they mostly pay the faculty salaries, or they pay the staff salaries, but they don't build the buildings or hire necessarily either the people to do the research, pay for the people to do the research, or the people to support them. And so spending money does require costs, so something here is reasonable. Historically, the rates are lower for sort of a partnership with agencies like the Forest Service, where the McIntosh Stennis or hatch money from USDA goes to the land grant universities. They say, well, we're by legislation giving you some money, so let's not go crazy on indirect costs. The state has been in discussions quite a bit more with CDFA than with CAL FIRE. So because of a lot of money that comes through CDFA, it ends up supporting ag research as to what's the appropriate rate. In some cases, it's actually zero. When you look at partnerships like some of the testing stuff that's in animal medicine, that, the contract is largely to pay for activities in the university. So anyway, I think 15% is something that I was comfortable advocating here, and I think we should try it. There is no downside at the level of the faculty or researchers you're trying to engage with, and in most cases even to the level of departments or colleges, given the way this money is handled. There is a potential in the future you might need to change a rate like this, because it could be that, given the budgetary status of higher education, vice chancellors for research who set these policies might start discouraging people taking, low indirect cost rates, or requiring deans or chairs to make up the difference between some sort of average rate. We're not in that environment at this point. They do that at MIT. So I'm very comfortable with this 15% rate now, and I would very much advise that moving forward with expediently to approve a policy like this will dramatically make
life on the contracting basis easier for us in the future, and especially with some things which are very short fuses right now. So questions or comments? Member Willis and then Member Desari.
Having done a fair amount of work in the nonprofit sector, it is really common from private philanthropy to cap the amount of money you can spend. And for all the reasons that you have talked about, I understand that academic institutions have needs, but we also have a need to get work done. And I think limiting the administrative overhead is a good idea at this point. And I would love to see that number be smaller so we can get more money towards the actual work. But I also don't want to also constrain our ability to or discourage people from contracting with us. So 15% is probably not a bad place to start.
Member Desari.
Two things from a practical standpoint. I don't have an opinion on the actual amount, but I do know we have to, for the stuff we're doing with EMC, we need to have that amount up front, because otherwise we get proposals, enormous proposals with extremely high indirect charges because we didn't say what it was. But the other thing is we need to define what indirect charges are. And so that it'd be very good if that could also be in this document, because it's not actually universally understood as the same thing. So just some kind of short definition of what those are. What I've noticed in some of the grant proposals that we've gotten is there's confusion about where academic salaries fall. And the big sticking point is almost always salary for the researchers during the non-paid part of the year, the summer. So we just need, we just need a definition, and we need to be able to put it into the request for proposals so that people don't put in stuff with 60%, which is what we've gotten on some of them.
Just a follow-up question, so I think that's a great idea. Does the definition need to be in our policies, or is that something that staff?
It actually doesn't.
Yeah, it seems like
we need to find it.
Oh yeah, it's
an OMB.
It is, there's an OMB
standard OMB circular that defines what overhead, and that's so inappropriate that people put salary in there. That's,
Well, I know it is.
Totally incorrect.
They don't actually know that, and I think all we need is well, maybe they do it. But if they know it or not, Brandy needs to have a reference, so that she can say, we don't have to define it, but see OMB circular, whatever it is, for a definition of what counts, and then we need to have the percentage. And I'll just also say that I think that most of what we've gotten so far has been 20%. That's been pretty common. But if we say it's only 15%, then people that want more will not.
This is I think, a pretty bold statement, but it's saying we have a limited amount of money. This is a partnership between different entities, frequently with state government, and we want to facilitate this. And it's not the lion's share of the money, which does in fact run the libraries, the accountants, and so forth on universities, which is really the money that comes off of the very substantial federal funding at a university like Berkeley. So I'm comfortable going with 15, and let's get a policy. It's neither de minimis nor is it excessive relative to the norms. And having been deeply engaged with the administrative end of financing the university, I can
told you a whole bunch of ranges. This is not at the bottom, but it's way away from the top. Member Los Cortos and then Member Wade.
I generally agree. I think 20% would be a little better, but I could go with 15. But I think it depends a lot on what the reporting requirements are in terms of our grant process, and that I don't know how that's working. So, for example, the State Water Board has an excessive number of reporting requirements that would kill anybody at 15 or 20%. And it's actually, I don't ever want to do a water board proposal ever again because the reporting requirements are ridiculous. And they constrain the overhead so much that I can't even get support staff to help me with it. So I really want to be careful that we don't push the requirements of reporting and then cut the overhead so low that it's impossible to actually.
Because if you're creating a big work demand on the administrative back office, and I don't think we're gonna be guilty of that.
I don't think so either.
It's something to watch for, and yes, there was actually a period in which the entire UC system was told, don't take DW over.
That's right.
It lasted about 8 months, actually, until they resolved it, so. Remember Wade?
Okay, so not being in this world of that kind of mechanism, the discussion over the last few minutes has cast some light on what happened, but I guess what I don't get is if we say some number, we need it to be 15%, and then some institution that we need to do business with or utilize the resources says, no, it's 30%, sorry. So what happens? Is it all
in general, our stating this policy and having it within the realm of plausibility will mean that universities will accept our rate. There is always the potential to engage in a longer discussion, but where I think there is an established policy, those discussions are less needed. And sometimes over time, you engage in talking about it at a high agency level. And as I said, CDFA just went through a big process like that in the whole world of funding ag research with CSU use. So I'm comfortable taking any heat for this, even if the CFO of the university might prefer I say, full federal indirect cost.
I would say too, a great test is going to be the EMC this year, because we're just getting ready to release the call for proposals this year. The call for proposals would include this information should the board adopt it today. And then at that point, you will have a better idea of the effect. And we can always modify it. The beauty of this board is that we meet every 6 weeks, and we can respond relatively quickly through iterations of this if problems do arise, right? Remember, those Puertos problems have arisen, those types of problems arise, we keep track, and we would respond rapidly. So I think that there is an opportunity to track this primarily through the EMC number one. And the EMC scope of works that we have received, although salaries have been requested on a periodic basis, monthly basis, that was not included in the IDC. The IDC was separate from that. And the other thing is that we talk to our contracting partners well before we're getting into the heavy lifting of preparing scope of work. Like the expectations are known to a certain extent. So I feel comfortable with the process that we would initiate upon board adoption of this policy. And I feel comfortable that we'd be able to capture problems and respond to those problems rapidly as well.
So, yes.
Do we have any cost share requirements on any of our grants or contracts at this point?
There are, go ahead.
No, but we encourage, one of the things that when the ENC evaluates projects, one of the criteria involves whether there are partners. So it's kind of an interesting process because there's actually applications for grants internally as well, which makes it more complicated because some of the some of the proposals come internal from CAL FIRE, for example, and so then all the salaries, everything's covered, it's just basically equipment. And, now there's more NGO, well, the primary, applicant has to be, at the moment, a government entity. That's the way it's set up when the committee was set up, but we give some consideration to NGO partners, like the American River Conservancy, that was one of them recently. And I think what we'll find, this is just my guess, is that setting the rate up front is a good idea. When we didn't set the rate up front, it didn't work. And, but the other thing is that now the program is there's more interest in the program, so there's more competition, and that also affects things. When the first requests went out, there were not that many projects proposed, so it's just sort of it should sort itself out over time. But knowing what the rate is going to make I forget what OSU the request was. For indirect, what was it now?
I can't recall off the top of my head, but I think it was like 24. It was kind of an odd number. It wasn't rounded off to the, but it was 24-ish, I believe.
But we didn't tell them, so that's.
Yeah, we were scared at that point.
Yeah.
We didn't have anything we're learning, right? The EMC is one of those processes that we're still slowly learning because there's still we're just learning.
Well, we are getting better at it. Say that.
Well, having a policy is part of getting better at it.
Yeah. Would you like a motion, Chairman?
I would like a motion, as the member July.
I would like to make a motion that we adopt 15% as our capped overhead.
And is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Seconded by member Losortos. Is there further board discussion necessary on the motion to adopt the combined board policies? The proposed rule is distributed to you in your binder with 15% in. Hearing none, let's call the question.
Janai?
Aye.
Delbar? Aye. Wheelis?
Aye.
Los Muertos?
Aye.
Chase?
Aye.
Wade?
Aye.
Rusari?
Aye.
Gillis?
Aye.
Motion passed unanimously.
Okay. So it is 12 o'clock. Question for the board, do we want to push into some of our regulations coordinator work before we break for lunch or not? Looking for, the question is posed as great, question mark, and so I'm looking for lateral and horizontal movement.
Do we have any time sensitive?
Yeah, we do, don't we not?
We have the presentation, there's item 13 on our agenda. Those individuals will be showing up at about 1 o'clock. So I can always adjust the timing later. I know Member Willis will have to leave by about 2, and she has an action item, but I think we get to that. Because we can also do the standing committees time. So, board break, question mark? Absolute non-movement.
Well, if we've got a 1 o'clock,
This is
we better
a time
take it.
to break,
Yeah.
else we won't get a lunch.
Okay.
Lunch as we know it, Keith.
We like lunch.
Lunch as we, okay.
As we know it. not
We like
as we know it.
Take Darcy for a birthday.
Okay, so, thank you, folks. We are 12:06. Let's try and gavel back in at 1 o'clock. Board's in recess. We're good to go, Chris. I'd like to call the Board of Forestry and Fire Protection back into order. We have a variety of actionable items in items 10, 11, and 12 on our agenda today, but I'm going to skip forward, trying to be considerate of people's schedules, to item 13 on our agenda. And we have Zach Knight with us, giving us an update on the forest resilience bond from Blue Forest Conservation. And so,
Right, thank you so much. It is wonderful. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the board, Mr. Executive Officer. My name is Zach Knight. I'm the managing partner of Blue Forest Conservation, and I am pleased to be back to share an update with you after our presentation from April of last year. I do want to give you guys a quick refresher here. So Blue Forest Conservation, we've been around for just over 4 years, and one big update from last year is we've become a not-for-profit, or are in process of becoming one, and we have partnered with the U.S. Forest Service and the World Resources Institute to create the Forest Resilience Fund. And what this is at a high level is a public-private partnership that allows private investors, such as pension plans here in Sacramento, or insurance companies to cover the upfront costs associated with doing fuels reduction and ecological restoration in our national forests, and then allow all of the beneficiaries of this work, including the U.S. Forest Service, but also state agencies, water and electric utilities, private companies, flood control districts, to pay for the benefits that they receive. So I do want to give the board a quick refresher on what the Forest Resilience Bond is and what some of our goals are. I'm going to talk just briefly about why private capital may be important in getting us to the pace and scale that we'd like to see in terms of restoration. And then I'm going to take you through our first pilot project, which launched late last year in the Tahoe National Forest called the Yuba Project. And then I've just got a very short section on next steps and lessons learned, where we'll be working next, and some of our takeaways from the early part of the process. And please feel free to stop me at any time with questions. So the next 2 or 3 slides you will have seen before for those that were here last year. I do want to reiterate the goals, but I also want to say one thing first. And when we first started doing this with the Forest Service in the state, one of the biggest challenges was, why do we need private capital? What are the governance controls in place to have private investors be a part of this? And that's something we spent a lot of time on. So the first that I would call out is that as we raised money for this project, we did not engage investors until all of our stakeholders were on board. They had signed contracts. A record of decision was signed by the Forest Service in that case, so that our investors had no ability to dictate what was happening on the landscape or where the project was taking place. We also took it one step further, and this will become more apparent as we go through the process of creating the transaction and then how it actually works, which I'll show you in a few slides. We work through a not-for-profit implementation partner. So in this first project, that's the National Forest Foundation. They are the congressionally chartered nonprofit partner of the U.S. Forest Service. And they're the ones that manage the project on the ground. They hire the contractors. They manage the timber sales. There's a small timber sales as part of this project. And we think that's really important to make sure our investors aren't dictating that we need to pick cheaper contractors, folks that might not do as good of a job or anything like that. So going back to the goals here, we'd like to identify areas where there's strong collaboration amongst partners. If a forest collaborative is formed, that's better for us. One has actually formed around the Yuba project to help restore the rest of the Yuba River watershed and that ranger district. And if we can find those groups, we want to provide funding to implement the projects, not to plan the projects. We don't want any hand in the planning process. We really just want to implement projects that have the social license to move forward. If we're successful in doing that, we will be able to accelerate the pace and scale of restoration and actually start to do larger projects, which I hope is a goal of this board. It's certainly a goal for us, and I believe for the Forest Service as well. And the last piece is there's never been an investment mechanism that supports public land management. And we saw a tremendous demand from investors to be a part of something like this, especially in the insurance community. And we can talk a little bit more about that later on. Frankly, we raised $4 million for this project. It would have been easier to raise 40. Just from the size of the investment and how much work goes into it from the investor standpoint. I'm not going to spend too much time on the benefits. You all on this board know the benefits of forest restoration better than I ever will. I would call it the social benefits of this just quickly. Community resilience, the ability to hire local contractors to do this work and really jumpstart the restoration economy is an important part of our mission, and it's something that's been very beneficial to communicate. And then on the financial side, if we do this right, I think you all know that these projects generate a lot more value than what they cost. It's just a matter of ascribing those values to certain stakeholders that really haven't been at the table before. And if we do this right, we should be able to save taxpayer dollars, ratepayer dollars, And then from an investor standpoint, this is not going to be correlated with any other asset class. It's not going to move with the stock market, the bond market, or commodity pricing or anything like that. So in order to do this, we've had to create a number of different partnerships. And I think what we've learned from this part of the process is that there are certain groups, state agencies, the Forest Service, that do talk to research partners, community groups, the folks that actually do the work on the ground. But many utilities, for instance, and other more local agencies often don't have all those touch points. So we found it really important to try to stand in the middle there, bring folks together and collaborate. Again, not dictating the process, just bringing folks together so that we can arrive at the right project to move forward. I'd also say that none of these groups think like or speak to investors. And my next slide, I'll talk about why that might be so important. When you see the partners here, we have different partners. We have partners that are specific to the project. We have research partners, like the folks at Stanford and in the UC system. And those have to be local for our stakeholders to really trust that work. As we go to work in other states, for instance, we probably won't continue to work with Stanford and the UC system. And that specifically is the Sierra Nevada Research Institute at UC Merced. And then lastly, we've got some great foundations that have been supporting our work. We do not charge the Forest Service, the utilities, any of the state agencies we work with any money to do this. We're entirely funded by grants coming from a handful of foundations and also federal entities like the Department of Agriculture and the EPA. And we've had some great pro bono support from lawyers. We're about $1.5 million into the legal bills, and thank God we don't have to pay them because I don't have that kind of money. So this is a little bit on the opportunity for private capital, and I want to go quickly here because I have shared this with the board last year. I really want to get into the new project, but I think what jumps out at people first here is that $3.1 billion, and that was actually from a Forest Trends report that came out a couple years ago surveying the conservation finance space. And again, the conservation finance space is a small subsector of the impact investing space, which is a small subsector of the whole investment universe. And in fact, one of our investors said, I don't know what conservation finance is, I've never heard of that. But just in that sector, they found from surveying folks that there was over $3 billion a year that was set aside to invest in projects like forest restoration projects, but they couldn't find any projects to invest in. So we spent a lot of time asking ourselves why that's the case, and I'll get into that on the next slide. But when you compare that to what the Forest Service was able to spend on restoration, I don't have 2018 numbers, but I think $500 million or thereabouts is probably right in line. And then you look at the total need, not just in the state of California, but across the western US, it's tens and tens of billions of dollars. I've heard the Forest Service say $100 billion backlog more recently. And I think you get the sense that we're never going to get there with public and philanthropic funding alone. So that's an important piece of why we want to bring private capital to accelerate the pace and scale here. I'll highlight three of the advantages. The first, in terms of cost sharing and getting groups like utilities that have not been at the table in a real meaningful way before, the carrot of private financing that can implement these projects more quickly is a great way to get people on board for cost sharing. The next thing is larger projects. This project has about 7,000 acres of treatment in a 15,000 acre project area. The next project the Forest Service is planning further down in the watershed will be between 30 and 50,000 acres. And then it's hopeful that we can pick off the rest of the watershed in the next 2 or 3 projects. So really going at a larger scale than the Forest Service has been used to because they don't have the appropriated funds to do projects at a larger scale. But this really helps with that. And the last piece is ex post payments, which really simply means allowing beneficiaries like a flood control district or a water utility to pay for the benefits as they receive them or after they receive them. They are naturally risk averse, and if we can shift some of that risk to the investors put up their money and their payback is based on some of the outcomes from the utilities. That's a very efficient risk transfer in our mind. So we asked ourselves the question of why is there all this money out there and why are there so many good projects to do, but we've got a missing middle here. And we identified it really as 3 things. The first is the ability to evaluate the benefits. And this is all the benefits. We're not just talking about sedimentation, water quantity, but also avoided carbon emissions, job creations, handful of other things here that can be evaluated. And this means we need to be able to both project what we think those benefits are, but also credibly measure and verify on the back end what that means to stakeholders. And also to really work with stakeholders to do the economic analysis. I think I'll hold off on that thought and we can get into that a little bit later. The next piece is how do we take those benefits and wrap them into innovative or perhaps flexible contracts. We developed a brand new type of contract for utility stakeholders that helps to monetize these benefits. And then in working through the state and the Forest Service, we used a series of agreements, like cooperative agreements with the Forest Service, and then grant agreements with different state agencies. The last piece is a financial vehicle, and I think this is what, frankly trips a lot of folks up, but at the end of the day, what we're trying to do is take this and make it look like the infrastructure project financing that the pension plans, the insurance companies have trillions of dollars of assets invested into already. This is new, it's cool, it's innovative, but if we make this boring, that's when the money really starts to come. So those were the three things we've identified as sort of our job to pull these projects together. Again, we don't have any say on the planning efforts, but once we understand what has been planned, we can start some of that analysis with our director of research on our team and then some of our academic partners. So I want to take you guys quickly through the roadmap of how a project comes together. I'll use the Yuba project as an example, and then I'll take a quick pause before we jump into the Yuba project in case folks have questions. So this all really started in a handful of meetings with the Sierra Nevada Conservancy and the Regional Office of the Forest Service to talk about where their priorities overlapped and where there may be beneficiaries that aren't currently at the table, but with the right nudge could be. And that's where we identified the Yuba River Ranger District and the Yuba River System. We then worked with each one of these beneficiaries to understand what is success to you. So for the Sierra Nevada Conservancy and the Forest Service, it's really acres treated. That's what they're looking for. For somebody like the Yuba Water Agency, who also participated in this, it may be avoided flooding risk. It may be enhanced water quantity that's available for both hydropower generation and downstream consumptive use. So we work with those stakeholders to determine what is success and what is it worth to you. And it took about a year to get from understanding projects to success. We were right in the middle between 2 and 3 last time I came here for a presentation. Ultimately, we did have all these different groups sign the contracts that they needed to. Then and only then do we move to step 4 and actually raise the capital from the investors. And again, that was the easiest part of the job, I think, the whole way through. As that money is raised, we then pass that along to our implementation partners, in this case, the National Forest Foundation, but it could also be groups like the National Wild Turkey Federation, National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, any of these sort of nonprofit entities that have high capacity. And the Forest Service will generally pick who that partner is, and they'll have a cooperative agreement in place either at the regional level or at the forest level. So all we need to do is a quick SPA to get the project off the ground. As time goes on, and this is going to happen for the first time at the end of this year, our independent evaluators will measure success, beneficiaries will start to make their payments, and then we will pass that through to our investors. And I do have a full legal structure chart coming in just a couple slides that will get into a little bit more details of all the different contractual relationships here. I know I've been through a lot, so let me pause just briefly to see if folks have any questions before I jump into this actual project and more of the details there.
Remember those searches?
Yeah. Starting financing and I use ability to follow.
It happens to the best of us.
So in other words, you're getting people who invest in these projects and then somehow it's going to be monetized and they get some 3% or 5% return somehow.
That's correct.
Where's the return coming from?
It comes from the contracts that are signed with the different groups. And actually, maybe we could hold that question because I think as we go through I think that'll start to make more sense.
Thanks.
Member Chase?
So are you using master stewardship agreements then as your primary vehicle? You know, the project partner as a master stewardship agreements might be Mule Deer Foundation or Wild Turkey Federation or whatever.
Any of these groups.
Your partner. So really you're all about that risk transfer, right? Because the beneficiaries don't want to pony up the money up front, prior to the work being done. They don't want that risk, but they're willing to say, hey, if you do this, it's worth this much to me. I'll commit to pay it once it's done, signed off, and, that the risk is gone, we'll pay at that point. So that's the role that you play in this, and that's where it differs from what some of these other NGOs are doing with that direct beneficiary, the beneficiary funding the initial project. Is that accurate?
Right. I think it's going to be easier, especially as we look towards larger projects. Groups like the Yuba Water Agency, frankly, probably could have made their whole commitment in a single year if they wanted to for a project of this size. This is protecting 15,000 acres in a 240,000 acre watershed. So if we're able to step up to a 50,000 acre project or, God forbid, a 100,000 acre project, that would exceed what they would be able to put in on an annual basis. So I see our role as engaging those groups. We have a number of, again, academic and NGO partners that do everything from assess the environmental outcomes to provide an economic analysis. And this is what I held back on the comment before, but might as well share it now. We've seen lots of people tell good stories about why you need to do forest restoration and actually tell good stories with numbers. I think the difference in what we've done and what caused UBA to take action here is we did the economic analysis with them. We didn't have some NGO come in and do this and do some big presentation. We asked them, what's an acre foot of water worth to you this time of year? If timing changes, what's it worth to you? We ran through all that, and it's a lot of really conservative assumptions. At the end of the day, the project was worth about $8 million to them, and we were asking them to contribute $1.5 million. So we really did have to leave a lot of value on the table from that perspective as well. But that's okay, because these projects do generate quite a bit of value. So we do not sign, we're not signatory to the master stewardship agreement of the SPA that falls under it, but we do create and sign all the different contracts, which you'll see in a couple of slides, and then we go out and actually raise the money from the investors.
Got it. Okay, I'm following.
Great. Other questions before we move on? Perfect. So here is a quick overview. So we closed the project on November 1st of 2018. We raised $4 million. The total project size is $4.6 million. The difference there is in-kind contribution of staff time for the Forest Service and timber value that will go through the stewardship agreement. This project was primarily designed to reduce wildfire risk, but there is also meadow restoration, road decommissioning, aspen regeneration, and about 4,000 acres of prescribed fire in the project area. So that's a pretty aggressive on the prescribed fire side. I'd love to see all of that come through. In terms of who's financially supporting this project, the Sierra Nevada Conservancy wrote a grant, CAL FIRE through the CCI program provided a grant, and I do want to, especially towards the end of this, talk a little bit about the flavor of the money coming out of CAL FIRE for those grant programs, the reimbursable nature, and the advances that are now allowed by SB 901. Also the Yuba Water Agency and the U.S. Forest Service. So we had those two state agencies, Yuba Water Agency and the Forest Service, as four beneficiaries here. Let's get to maps. All right, just so everybody gets a sense of where we're working, we are in sort of the northern most point of the Tahoe National Forest on the Yuba River Ranger District. We share a large border with the Palumas National Forest to the north there. This is where the work is taking place. And if you see it, you can probably see it a little bit better on this map. If I can go back, oops, sorry. Right by where you see Canterville on the map, that's the New Bullard's Bar Reservoir, about 1 million acre feet. It's operated by Yuba Water. They just took that over. Hydropower operations from PG&E, I think in 2016, after a 50-year financing and operating agreement rolled off. So here are some of the GIS layers. I know you see prescribed burning. It looks like everything's prescribed burning. It's just the way it's layered on there. But this gives you a sense of what's actually in this project. And again, you could probably get most of the fuels reduction benefits just from doing that thinning and prescribed fire. But we'd like to see things like the aspen work, invasive species treatments, and then the meadow restoration. It's about $500,000 in meadow restoration in this project as well. And then again, not allowing the beneficiaries to say, I'll pay for this, but I won't pay for that. You're in for the project or you're out. So this, for the board members of the Yuba Water Agency, was, apologies for my language, the oh shit moment. This is Forest Service fire modeling that says over the next 30 years, you have in excess of a 60% chance of a large fire escape and containment in this watershed. The fire risk is a little lower in the project area where we started, but actually the next project, and I don't know if I have a laser, I can't point on the side anyway. The next project, the 50,000 acres in the Brandy and Trapper project, will be a little bit closer to the reservoir and will be more defensible space around where some folks live. There's not too many homes in the area that we're working right now. And then the goal would be to, once we get that side of the watershed and this side of the watershed, fill in everything in between and really hit the high-risk areas like around Downeyville, for instance. And just to give you a sense of this, the chance of a large fire escape and containment, the Forest Service ran these numbers in 2008, and then they reran them in 2015 or 2016 to provide this. It was a 300% increase in the chance of a large fire escape and containment in this watershed. A lot of that was probably attributable to the drought that we had throughout those years, but that was a pretty shocking uptick in fire risk in this watershed.
When you start backing in against communities with your projects, will one of your investment group likely be insurance companies?
I believe so, and to that effect, we have worked with the Department of Insurance here in the state to have this investment vehicle certified by the California Organized Investment Network, which is from the regulators and allows insurance companies to make investments that the regulators have approved as socially responsible, environmentally responsible, legitimate, safe, sound, et cetera. To give you a sense of size there, there's $4.25 trillion of insurance assets in California. Only about 25 billion go through this California Organized Investment Network, so it's not that big of a percentage, but on an absolute dollar amount, it's massive, right? And it would certainly solve all our problems and then some. Other questions before we move on? All right, the legal charts make some people's brains hurt, makes me excited. So I'm going to take you guys through this as an example and then stop on basically each one of these agreements or contracts and share a little bit more about it or answer any questions that you might have. So the way that we set this up is we put together a California LLC. That's what you see in the middle there, the FRB Yuba Project 1 LLC. That entity has no staff. It's just an operating entity that can enter into loan agreements and contracts. We manage that, and our nonprofit actually owns that LLC. And that's a really important thing because that means all our investors are lenders. So they lend, they get a set rate of return. If the project goes really well, they don't get any more money from that. And I think that's a really important piece here. If the project comes in below cost, the lenders here don't get a better rate of return. If it doesn't work out the way, their return will go down somewhat, and I'll talk about what those returns are. The other thing that's also cool about this is for this project, we can't take all $4 million in the first year. So we created a delayed draw mechanism that allows us to pull down that money from the investors as we need it. We can do that 2 times a year for the next 4 years as the project is implemented. As you go down to see the National Forest Foundation, they're obviously the ones that hold that master stewardship agreement with the Forest Service. They have that at the regional level, as does the National Wild Turkey Federation, Mule Deer, other groups that you mentioned. And there's simply a SPA that goes underneath that master stewardship agreement that allows them to do this work on the project. Going over to the California State Box, there's 2 grant agreements there. Really the main one that we'll focus on is the CCI grant. And as you all are aware, there is an ability to advance some of the money through SB 901. But what we're doing right now is saying to the National Forest Foundation, they have about $2.6 million in CAL FIRE grants. We'll give you any or all part of that upfront as you need it, and then you can pass back reimbursements as you receive them at a 0% rate of interest. So there's no cost to the National Forest Foundation to use this financial flexibility that we're providing them, and that's largely because you can't use any of these grant funds to pay interest. So we said, you need to make a draw, here's $500,000, go get that work done. We understand that it's gonna take 3 to 6 months to get that money back from CAL FIRE in some cases. We don't want you paying the contractor 6 months late, pay them immediately. And in some of these contracts, you'll see the box check where they get payment in less than 45 or 90 days, you get a 5 or 10% discount. So our goal is for contractors to understand that we can pay as soon as work is done. We're not paying on a 3-month delay or longer than that. And I'm hopeful that that will have some of the bids come in at a lower price eventually as this work gets done, and then really give the National Forest Foundation the flexibility to implement what they can, when they can, do this a little bit more quickly. From the Forest Service perspective, they expected a 10-year implementation schedule, and with this financial flexibility, the National Forest Foundation turned around and proposed a 4-year timeline. That's aggressive, but we hope to stick to that as we go through this. So that's the grant agreement piece there. What allows us to let them borrow money and not charge any interest is that we also have this contract with the Yuba Water Agency. They're putting in $1.5 million over the course of 5 years, so $300,000 a year for 5 years. And when you look at $4 million coming in from the investors, there's $2.85 million of state grants and $1.5 million of a commitment from the Yuba Water Agency, total of $4.35 million, which covers any administrative costs of the project and covers the interest to all the investors. The other point I'd make here is that in other watersheds, especially some of the projects we're looking at now, there may be a number of different beneficiaries. So it's just the Yuba Water Agency here. They do generate hydropower. They do serve, I think, 8 irrigation districts, and they're also a flood control agency. That could be 3 different contracts with 3 different groups. So there's a handful of other things we could do, and we could bring in other partners, private companies, recreation companies, bottling companies, and the like, that would all follow the same piece. And from the Yuba standpoint, they probably couldn't plan a project. They certainly couldn't implement a project. Dealing with cooperative agreements with Forest Service, as you know, can be somewhat challenging. So I think part of the benefit from our perspective to these utilities is saying, if you step up and put money at the table, one, this project's going to get done and there's going to be full accountability as it gets completed. But on top of that, you don't have to deal with administrating this project. You don't have to deal with the stewardship or a challenge cost share agreement. They signed one 9-page contract, and 5 of those pages were just limiting their liability if a prescribed fire got out of hand or something like that. So very simple and straightforward from their standpoint. This is a lot, so let me pause here. I've only got a couple more slides after this, but I'd love to take any questions or dig in more on the bit about the grants or cooperative agreements or the service contracts or anything that's of interest to the board.
Sure.
Just really quick, I presume Forest Service did the NEPA on this Yuba project.
That's correct.
Do you envision future projects you undertaking the NEPA?
No, we will never undertake the NEPA, and we won't do the planning activities because, again, we represent in some ways both the investors and the utilities. So I think it would be a conflict of interest for us to take on. We'd love to sit at the table as planning takes place so that we're aware of what's being planned and we can think about who are new stakeholders and new dollars that we could bring to the table, but we don't want to direct any of those activities. And I think in some ways that we can see the Forest Service spending more and more of their appropriated dollars doing this planning. I mean, there's $750 to $1 million of NEPA in this project that I'm not acknowledging in this sort of flow of funds. I'd love to see them just continue to invest in the planning activities. And a larger group is now formed around this watershed that includes Sierra Nevada Conservancy, the Nature Conservancy, South Beaver River Citizens League, so NGOs that are international in scale to extremely local, and that's a really nice thing to see happen on the back of a project like this. Any other questions?
In fact, would there be like a FACA limitation on your being too actively engaged in that planning? The advisory committee limitation on federal agency activity as to how they formulate the process?
Certainly could be, and that's another reason why we don't want to be involved. I mean, I just think from a governance standpoint, Mr. Chairman, it's better for us to say, you guys plan, I'm not a forester, I'm not an ecologist, so I'd rather see the appropriate experts plan those projects and us just implement their vision. All right, moving ahead. So this is one piece I want to spend just a little bit more time with you all on talking about. One of the things that we've heard from a number of different groups, and I'm sure you all have heard this as well, which is why SB 901 was ultimately passed, is that there's been a number of nonprofits that have been awarded CCI grants and say they have $50,000 in their bank account, they get a $3 million grant. They can do one of two things. They can pay their contractors whenever they get the reimbursements, or they can spend down $50,000, wait 3 months, get paid back, spend down $50,000, wait 3 months, get paid back, and then your work season's over, and you've done $100 grand on a $3 million grant. I fear that all this money that the state is trying to put out there may not make its way into the ground because of some of these financial limitations. And I think it did, in some ways, take a finance nerd to sort of go listen at the Scale Conference and hear this again and again and again from all these different collaboratives, how they are resource constrained. So I think one of the biggest benefits here is how this model, through a 0% interest rate loan, can provide more financial flexibility to the high capacity groups that are actually implementing these projects. So outside of the firewall between the investors and the restoration activities, which is important and frankly gets questioned less than I would imagine, but I think it's a really important thing to keep in place nonetheless, it's really this financial intermediary that facilitates these payments both from the Forest Service and the state. I believe an LLC, even if it's owned by a nonprofit, would not be eligible for an agreement. A stewardship agreement, yes. Challenge cost share, other cooperative agreements, no. And I don't think we could be the applicant for a state grant either. So it's very important that it goes through these groups and then we can provide them financial flexibility on the back end. And the need is real. I've gotten, 5 to 7 different collaboratives that say, hey, I'm getting a CAL FIRE grant, could really use some money up front, how can you help? And it really only works when we can bring in those other beneficiaries that allow us to provide that funding and that financing and get to a larger project size. Any questions about this before I move on? So I want to share a little bit about who our investors are, and this is particularly interesting to the utility partners because of the cost of capital. So you'll see 2 groups on there that are foundations, and then you'll see 2 groups on there that are just regular way investors. Starting with the foundations, foundations in the United States, actually since the 70s, have been able to do what's called a program-related investment. For a foundation, it actually counts as their grant making, but they make an investment. So $1 million each from these foundations was provided to us as a loan to facilitate this project, and they take a 1% rate of return, so well below even treasuries right now, which are around 2% for a similar maturity. And what allows them to do that is that this investment is in line with their charitable purpose, in terms of what they want to see happen, and that helps us keep down the cost of capital of doing this. So we imagine there's going to be increased demand from foundations to do program-related investments. This is a relatively safe investment in that all of the different payback for those investors has already been set aside by federal agencies and state agencies, been encumbered through the grant programs of the cooperative agreements. Everything except the Yuba Water Agency, which was AA plus rated and wasn't much of a credit concern, and that just comes out of their operating budget. So to be able to get funding at a 1% rate, which again is below that of the state of California, that's a real benefit. And a lot of these utilities say, what's your cost of capital? That's the most important thing to them. And on a blended basis, we were right around 2.5%.
So Warren Rockefeller can credit investments to you against their mandatory disbursement of assets on an annual basis.
That's correct, sir. And it's a timing issue. So when they get that money back, it's as if they received a recoverable grant or some grant money back, so they'll have to put it out again. But it puts us in a position to take advantage of the timing here, right? So we have their money for 5 years, we will give it back to them, they'll have to give it out again, but they get the benefit of it looks the same as if they wrote a grant from that perspective. And then Calvert Impact Capital is a leading impact investing firm. They were one of the first investors in the DC Water Bond, which was largely seen as the first environmental impact bond. They were surprisingly the toughest investor to deal with, and I'll leave it at that. And lastly, AAA or CSA Insurance Company. And this was an interesting one for us because the portfolio manager kind of cold emailed us and said, looks like what you're doing is interesting, I'd love to learn more. They're small to medium size. I think he manages about a $9 billion portfolio. Basically say going forward, I'd be interested in investing in any of these projects, and I'd like to do a lot more than $1 million. From an insurance company's perspective, we pay 200 basis points or 2% above comparable treasury. So from that perspective, they're picking up some yield, which is great. But I think the bigger piece is the nod from the regulators saying that we like to see you doing this investment, and then also the ability to actually reduce wildfire risk with their investment portfolio. And I think that's the biggest piece of this whole thing. We were really fortunate to have some good media coverage following this, and he said the next day when the LA Times article came out about this, he got 9 or 10 phone calls from portfolio managers at other insurance companies saying, hey, when's that next forest resilience bond coming? Can we get some of that? So that's really validating from our perspective, and this was kind of a if you build it, they will come moment. I didn't think they'd come so quickly, but they have, which is great. And our ultimate goal with the next transaction or the next larger transaction is actually to get the pension plans, STRS and PERS, to be involved in this type of work too. And I've received some indications from them that they have a lot of interest. The problem is the small investment size. That's really what's held them back somewhat. Any questions on the investors or on the insurance side there? Great. All right, next steps and lessons learned. So I mentioned in the Yuba River Ranger District, we are looking at hopefully launching a 30 to 50,000 acre project. Likely, I think the EA will be done in early 2021. And since we have all the stakeholders at the table, I'd be hopeful that that could move forward within that same year. Oh, the colors on the bottom didn't come through too great, huh? So we have active conversations going on in the El Dorado National Forest, the Sierra National Forest, and the Tahoe Basin, Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit, where stakeholders have actually been engaged and that process has started. And then we have a number of other preliminary conversations of just general awareness across a number of these national forests. In total, including California and beyond, we have 17 national forests that are interested in doing the Forest Resilience Bond, and I have a team of 6.5. So we need a few more people before we aggressively go after too many more of these projects, because at the end of the day, the state, the Forest Service, these utilities are our clients, and if we can't service our clients, we're not going to keep pushing forward. I do want to mention, just given the mandate of the board, that there is a private lands opportunity. Private lands are extremely difficult for a whole bunch of reasons. I can sit here and talk to you about smallholder aggregation for as long as you want, but to keep it quick, there's been a lot of interest from the Sonoma County Water Agency, Land Trust and Open Space District there, and frankly, a lot of funding there through an RCPP from NRCS that group has. And I think it's a great place to put a project together and work on hopefully thousands of acres of private land. It's going to be challenging, it's going to be messy, we're going to learn a lot as we go through it, but we're excited to sort of bite that off. One of our biggest challenges there, and I'd love input from the board, is actually finding a group that wants to lead the implementation on private lands. There's a number of these groups. Board Member Chase mentioned like National Forest Foundation, Rocky Mountain Elk, Wild Turkey Federation, that do this type of work mainly on National Forest System land, but they're not as accustomed to working on private lands. And I think that's been our big challenge is who could lead a grant application, because that will be a big piece of this through the CFIP program or otherwise, and who can actually manage the project on the ground. As you guys know, that's not our expertise, and it's not something that we're going to be looking to doing, especially the fact that we don't have a registered professional forester on the team, for starters. So I'm really hopeful about that. I think we'll, again, learn quite a bit as we go. I think it will be very slow going because of that aggregation issue. But I'll say it here, we're excited to try it. And then lessons learned, and this is my last slide here, so happy to take questions on the back end. So what I'm calling the working capital issue, I think is very real with these CAL FIRE grants. Again, I don't know from a policy standpoint what else can be done to address that issue, and I don't have any policy proposals for you all. But what I would say is there's a lot of interest in folks that have sort of come to this, they've sought us out for funding, basically to help them with that cash flow issue on these grants. I would also say there's the whole restoration economy that comes around this is that there's a lot of contractors that don't have the ability to get equipment financing or working capital lines of credit, things like that. So we're going to be working closely with some of the folks in the local area and around Truckee and Loyalton, where this project is happening, to see if there's opportunities to provide additional financing to other stakeholders to make all of this go more smoothly. If I wanted you guys to take away one thing from here, it's really three things. The goal of this model is to maximize matching funds. So to bring in these new stakeholders, utilities, flood control districts, private companies that haven't been at the table before, we've got a pretty unique way to engage them. And for every grant dollar that comes from the state or every appropriated dollar from the Forest Service, we want to do our best to match that 1-to-1 or even 2-to-1 with other stakeholders that are brought to the table. And that involves providing that technical assistance to the utilities. If we want their money, we've got to make this easy for them. So that's going to be a big part of what we're doing. And then our strategy is to site these small pilot projects in a number of key watersheds here and then expand within that watershed to do those fewer, larger projects, but with the same stakeholders, with the same investment vehicle, with the same contracts, with the same investors. It's going to take some time to get there, but that's very much the goal, and I think we're well aligned there. In terms of needs, I'd love to talk to the board or hear from the board on other high-capacity implementation partners, folks that you all have worked with or your constituents have worked with that would be a good fit to play the same role as Wild Turkey National Forest Foundation or others. And then for us, the next frontier, obviously the hard work on private lands, and we've had a number of conversations with BLM, who has done, I think, a programmatic EIS across all 550,000 acres of forest land that they manage here in the state. We'd love to pick off a few projects with them and really just prove that this can work across different federal agencies. Doesn't matter if it's Department of Agriculture, Department of Interior. So with that, I will say thank you, and I'm happy to answer any additional questions that the board has.
Questions from Mr. Knight? Member Wills?
You said you're in the process of becoming a nonprofit. Was it just not profitable to start as a for-profit?
As opposed to a B Corp or anything else?
So we actually set up a benefit LLC, which we don't have in California, so we set that up in Oregon initially. And what that does from a legal perspective is it allows you to treat your stakeholders the same way that you treat your investors. So that if something's good for the stakeholders or not good for the stakeholders, you can deliver a lower return to your investors by sort of keeping stakeholders top of mind. It actually wasn't enough. The recent Tax Cut and Jobs Act limited the amount of interest expense that an LLC can write off. I don't want to get too much into this, but basically that contract from the water agency appears as income to that LLC. We're just using all that money to pay back the investors. So there was a phantom tax issue, phantom income tax issue that came about. So if you have an equity owner of that LLC or a member of that LLC that's tax exempt, that tax liability goes away and then our investors don't have to take that on. I think we would have ended up with an extra $50,000 and a $400,000 tax liability because of the new tax law, unfortunately. Not to nerd out on the tax stuff too much, I think the bigger issue is that there has been some level of discomfort in having a for-profit entity operating here. And one way that I see it, I guess, is that we're always going to need to have for-profit investors. Hopefully we'll have more pension plans and foundations and other groups like that as a part of this, but they've got to make money at the end of the day, right? And if we can be the conduit that makes all of the stakeholders, state, federal, local government, feel more comfortable that a nonprofit is putting all of this together, and we can still have for-profit investors like insurance companies as a part of that, that may make all of this easier to facilitate. It also helps with cooperative agreements with the Forest Service. And it wasn't very profitable.
Well, we appreciate the update, and, you know, our focus sometimes seems like it's mostly on private lands, because that's where we're in charge of writing the regulatory code, but our mandate is also with respect to federal policy issues we're representing, and so we will give some thought to how you deal with open space districts and things like that, but I really appreciate the innovation on this, and the ambitious stuff since the onset when I first started.
It's come a long way, huh?
Yeah, you've come a long way since my first discussion. So it's interesting, I think, great that you're getting some traction. Hopefully, this works out well, it can expand in California, and that gives you the model to move into other states like Colorado and Oregon and Washington, where the same issues are desperately needed as an institutional change.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I will come back next year with a new project and an update on the first full field season for the Eagle project, all right?
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay. So fascinating developments. Let's go back into our original order here, and let's go back, Mr. Hedgen, we're going to go back to item 10 and have the regulations coordinator section and the land use program manager items before the board.
So good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Eric Hedge, Board Forestry Fire Protection. So if you'll turn your binders to the first document within the number 10 tab, you'll find the emergency claims and the notice of emergency action for the potential readoption of the emergency rulemaking to facilitate post-fire recovery efforts within the counties of Lake, Siskiyou, Mendocino, Shasta, Trinity, and Napa. So if you'll recall, back in January of 2019, the board adopted emergency regulations similar to many other emergency actions that taken in the past to provide regulatory relief for landowners who have been impacted by wildfires within the counties that I mentioned previously. In September, actually I apologize, those were initially adopted. Those were initially adopted on September 27th. And then they were readopted in March. So actually that's the timeline for that. And now they will be expiring, and so what is before you today is the potential readoption of those regulations to provide that same regulatory relief for those landowners. No additional amendments are proposed within the readoption of the rule text or within the emergency findings.
Is there any request for agency or public comment on this action? Great. Then I would move that the board re-adopt the emergency regulation for emergency rulemaking to facilitate post-fire recovery effort within the counties of Lake, Siskiyou, Mendocino, Shasta, Trinity, and Napa, with our usual authorization to the staff to make any non-substantive revisions as requested by the Office of Administrative Law. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Second by Member Chase. Any board discussion on the motion? Hearing none, please call the question.
Janai.
Aye.
Wheelis.
Aye.
Dos Muertos.
Aye.
Chase.
Aye.
Wade.
Aye.
Usari.
Aye.
Gillis.
Aye.
Motion passed unanimously.
So let's move to
Thank you. And so then the following item in your binder is the potential readoption of similar regulations to provide regulatory relief for landowners who have been impacted by wildfires within the county of Butte. These regulations were initially adopted in January of 2019. They're set to expire in July, and so what it's for you now is the first potential readoption. So you have the emergency findings and the regulatory text in front of you. Again, there are no proposed amendments to the regulatory text or to the findings of emergency.
Very good. And again, probably no request for agency comment.
Dennis Hall, Cal Fire. I just want to say that this has been a very effective tool for dealing with campfires, so appreciate it.
Thank you. And seeing no request for public comment, I will move that the board re-adopt the emergency regulation entitled Emergency Rulemaking to facilitate post-fire recovery within the county of Butte, with our direction to staff to make such non-substantive revisions as requested by the Office of Administrative Law. Is there a second to the motion? Second. Seconded by Member Los Huertos. For discussion. Seeing none, please call the question.
Janai.
Aye.
Wheelis. Aye. Los Huertos.
Aye.
Chase.
Aye.
Wade.
Aye.
Musari.
Aye.
Gillis.
Aye.
Motion passed unanimously.
Thank you. And then following that document is you'll find rulemaking materials for the potential permanent regulations for statewide post-fire recovery, similar to that which is provided by the two emergency regulations we just discussed, but which is substantively different. So as you'll recall, when the first set of emergency regulations, which were just discussed for readoption, were initially adopted in September of 2018, the board directed staff to evaluate the potential need for permanent post-fire recovery exemptions on a statewide level. Since that time, the management committee has evaluated that need and has developed the rule text and the initial statement of reasons, which is included within your binder. So these regulations are intended to expand the geographic scope and availability of the post-fire recovery exemption. The post-fire recovery exemption now, as proposed, is available for the harvesting of dead and dying trees surrounding a structure, trees which are dead or dying as a result of wildfire surrounding a structure, and the triggering mechanism for the harvesting of those dead and dying trees is either the issuance of an executive action by the governor or the certification by an RPF that those trees are dead or dying as a result of wildfire, which had occurred within 3 years prior to the submission of the notice of exemption. So you'll find the rule text within your binder. It continues the fuel treatments which were previously present within the post-fire recovery exemptions, and then there are some minor amendments which kind of fold them into the changes to the suite of 1038 regulations. So it makes them consistent with the standard set of conditions which are applicable towards most of the, or which are applicable towards the 1038 exemptions. And then those can be found, the specific requirements can be found within Table 1, within 1038.1, as well as Table 1 of 1038.2.
Is there any request for public or agency comment on this? Mr. Dees, I believe this is a single action, potentially before the board, to adopt the ISOR and authorize a 45-day notice. Is that correct?
Yeah, approve the ISOR.
Or the ISOR. I'm sorry. We should put the motion first. Member Chase, would you like to make that motion for adoption of the ISOR?
Yes, and make a motion to adopt the ISOR and the 45-day notice.
Assuming again, with the direction of staff to
any non-substantive
revisions.
Correct.
Okay. Is there a second to the motion? Second. Seconded by Member Musari. For discussion. Member Janai.
Eric, if you look at page 2, and line 10 through 14, it looked to me like that had just been dropped from space into this. Is this one of those meldings that you were just talking about?
No, that's actually just a formatting, that's how the Office of Administrative Law would like to see rule text formatted. So if you'll notice, there's actually quite a bit of text that's absent from the entire set of 1038. So that allows the reader to understand where within 1038 our proposed rule text appears. So, we could just include, we start out with 1038, and then there you see the ellipses on line 9 indicating the rule text is absent. And then the next subsection that appears is F, and then ellipses including, indicating that there's rule text that's absent, and then 12. So that indicates that this subsection G is to follow subsection F, paragraph 12. So it's just a formatting issue that kind of, it hopefully eliminates confusion and the additional need to reprint unnecessary word text.
Yeah, well, I just, the public, think of what they were dealing with, trying to negotiate this thing, if they're interested in reading through it.
Of course, the version they'll read through ultimately
will have everything in it.
The way it would ultimately come to the public's attention, although not in the deliberation phase.
Okay, and then one more question, if I may.
Sure.
In the 2 exemptions that we just passed through, readopted, there's a use of a phrase, big old trees, and then in one, and then our other one, old trees that were 1800 and in this document, you appear to meld the 2 together. Is that purposely defining what dead old trees?
So some of those requirements were just kind of lifted from the previous 1038B requirements, and so now those requirements are actually present within 1038.1 C15, and so it's subject to the limitations or the conditions that are required of any of the other exemptions which have the language related to restrictions on harvesting large old trees, defined as those trees which existed before 1800.
So in fact, that is what we mean with text that just says big old trees. They're large old trees.
Wait, so Eric, I just wanted to be clear here. So the large old tree provision was one that was a deliberative, it was an issue with 901, changing 901, that was a deliberative one as it relates to the protection of large old trees and dead and deformed trees. And the board chose to have that language embedded within, to have that language applied to exemptions on a deliberative basis. And what we've done here is make this consistent with that decision that was made in the past as it relates to all other exemptions. That's what we're trying to get at here?
Yes, that's correct. I think I actually understand the issue a little bit better. So previously there was also some, hang on, let me find the exact language so I can.
I mean, what I'm trying to avoid, Eric, is in one of the exemptions, the first one that we extended, it's only stated as large old trees.
Oh, I think, yes. In this case, we're not, that, defining terms like that would be a substantive change. And in readoption of emergency rulemaking, we can't do that. So I feel this language, and perhaps Member Chase can speak to that, actually has come out of both the desire to make the PRC internally consistent in its terminology, but tighten up the language in our earlier rulemaking. Is that a fair assessment?
I think that's accurate.
Yes.
Thank you.
Other board discussion? Member Willis.
I I think if you look at page 2, lines 18 and 19, I think after touring Paradise, we'll understand the need to have this applied to any approved and legally permitted structure, whether it's damaged, destroyed, or intact. So I'm very glad to see that here. I just think the language is a little tortured on those lines. I think, is there a way where we can just say it's applicable to an approved and legally permitted structure and just say in parentheses, damaged, destroyed, or intact, period? And then we can get rid of some of the additional contorted language that's, later on, comes later on. If that works, I'm not wed to it. It just seems like it was maybe a little bit clearer than, I know what you mean because I've been part of the conversation, but when I read it with fresh eyes, it wasn't exactly. I read it twice.
I mean, you've captured the intent of it. It is probably possible to eliminate one of those approved and legally permitted structures. So we can, if there was something.
You might be able to just say any approved and legally permanent structures because if it's damaged or destroyed, so we call it destroyed.
Yes, the destroyed is why the second one is
That's
called.
why I was putting it in parentheses. If it, damaged, destroyed, or intact, and just, I don't know if that works or leave it alone. It doesn't, I don't want to die on my sword on this. I was trying to make it a little
I think
clearer.
it's great that you're bringing this up because I had the same concern.
Yeah, it's a little clunky.
It's a little clunky.
A lot of the regulations are clunky for the sake of specificity. And there's you can write a very elegant sentence. These are ultimately your regulations and they're at your discretion.
So I leave it to the board. I mean, I would like to make it less clunky, but I also don't want to hold this up because it needs to. I think it needs to move forward. So if
I think,
I think it's clunky, but it's sufficiently clear.
It does work, and I'm worried about, again, pulling the thread and the sweater coming with us.
Yeah, I hear you.
Or.
Keep the sweater intact.
Yeah, so that would be my preference.
Okay, then I withdraw my request.
Member Husari.
So just to, I think these are non-substantive things, but dead and dying is capitalized or not capitalized a bunch of different times. It's starting on page 2, line 17. So sometimes it's dead or dying capital D, sometimes it's dead or dying lowercase, or the opposite, but also just there's a bunch of spelling errors in that whole section, and I just wanted to let you know so you can fix them. And I think they're non-substantive, but proposed, anyway, starting just that whole red section, just take a look at it. And it's a combination of capitalization and spelling errors all through it. And you'll find them if you read it.
So dying is capitalized because it is a defined term?
Right, well, it isn't always capitalized in this section. Sometimes it is, and sometimes I know why it is, but sometimes it isn't. Just make it.
So I think the direction
we can make
staff is.
any non-substantive changes which are required to improve the grammatical response.
And I think it's probably, a lot of this just needs a little tiny spell check, is saying. That's all I have.
Great. I think at that point, we've exhausted board discussion, so let's call the question on the motion.
Janai?
Aye.
Willis?
Aye.
Los Huertos?
Aye.
Chase?
Aye.
Wade?
Aye.
Usari?
Aye.
Gillis?
Aye.
Motion passed unanimously.
Thank you.
And for item D, I believe Ms. Hannigan will take the vote.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. The final item, the last, I think it's 3 pages in your tab 10 should be a final statement of reasons for the regulations entitled Fire Safety Survey 2019. So at your most recent meeting, so there, we noticed rule text to make specific a new change or a new requirement of the board as a result of AB 2911 in the last legislative season that requires the board and the Office of the State Fire Marshal to identify and survey groups of 30 or more homes that they're calling a subdivision that do not have a secondary ingress-egress route and to make recommendations to improve that subdivision's fire safety. So the board on March 22nd noticed the regulations in your binder for 45 days that it set out how we would identify those jurisdictions and what qualified as an adequate secondary egress route. We received no public comment we had a hearing at your meeting in May in Chico. We've received no public comment on these regulations. At that hearing, the board members didn't indicate that they wanted any changes to this regulatory language. And so I am here for you with this delightful 2-page final statement of reasons for your approval, and then the rule text as it was noticed in the 45-day notice publication for your adoption.
Very good, thank you. Is there any request for further agency comment on this one item? Any request for public comment? No? Great. Okay. For the board, this would constitute a 2-action item. The approval of the final statement of reasons followed by adoption of the rule text. And so this has come out of RPC. So would either member, rules like to make a motion first for the final statement of reasons?
Sure, I'll move that we approve or adopt.
It's approve.
Approve the final statement of reasons for the Fire Safety Survey 2019.
With, of course,
Any necessary clarifications.
Not done.
Non-substantive.
Okay, is there a second to that?
Second.
Seconded by member Hasari for discussion. Hearing none, please call the question.
Janai.
Aye.
Willis.
Aye.
Los Huertos.
Aye.
Chase.
Aye.
Wade.
Aye.
Usari.
Aye.
Gillis.
Aye.
Motion passed unanimously.
Okay, so I'll move that we adopt the actual text.
The rule text.
The rule text for the Fire Safety Survey 2019.
Second.
Okay, for discussion. Hearing none, please call the question.
Janai.
Aye.
Willis.
Aye.
Los Huertos.
Aye.
Chase.
Aye.
Wade.
Aye.
Usari.
Aye.
Gillis.
Aye.
Motion passed unanimously.
Very good. Thank you. That brings us to report of the standing committees, and we have at least one action I believe out of each committee. Let's start with forest practice. Member Wade. Oh, I'm sorry,
I do
yes.
need to.
So let's start with resource protection.
Thank you. Appreciate it. We had 3 items on our agenda in RPC. The first one, we reviewed the City of Berkeley safety element, and it was done quite well. And we authorized staff to send the assessment with recommendations back to the city. We did not have any changes. I think everything was marked yes in our summary table. Second item is we reviewed some very minor changes to Napa County's road and street standards for certification under the fire safe regulations. Again, some minor changes. They just wanted those things to apply to major modifications more or less. And with that, I do need to make a motion. This is our one action item. to certify Napa County's road and street standards as meeting New York City and the state's fire safe regulations.
And is there a second?
Second.
Board consideration? Hearing none, please call the question.
Chennai.
Aye.
Willis.
Aye.
Los Muertos.
Aye.
Chase.
Aye.
Wade.
Aye.
Usari.
Aye.
Gillis.
Aye.
Motion passed unanimously.
Thank you.
Just the third item that we had was we continued our discussion of the utility clearance exemptions. We've been at this for several meetings now. I think we still have several more to go. We're all learning a lot about utility equipment. And I'll leave it at that since we have still several items to go in other committees. So we'll be good. That I think we'll bring something to the board in a couple months. And maybe in the fall?
When do you think?
When do you think we'll bring the utility clearance?
The goal is August.
That's when.
That's aggressive, but we'll try. I like it. Stretch goal.
And, yeah, great job of getting participation from all stakeholders in this. I think definitely made a difficult job easier. Thank you. With that, I'll turn to Member Wade for Forest Practice Committee report.
Okay, thank you. Forest Practice Committee met yesterday afternoon with 3 agenda items, and we will have 1 action item coming out of the committee for the board's consideration this afternoon. First, we got an update on board staff work on providing the documentation for the greater use of further ventures and WLPZs and other heavy equipment. The board staff continue to do great work in compiling a very comprehensive document in that regard. And there is still some subject matter that's left to be, or yet to be elaborated on in that document, but certainly on a good track. And of course, the ultimate goal again is to provide both the RPF community and the department the tools to be able to propose use of fellow ventures into the LPZs to the goal of reducing fire risk, essentially. That's the primary goal. And I think that with board staff's work, we'll continue to get this done relatively quickly, and I think for general consideration, it's an advisory action by the board to the department. So we decided that it was not a regulatory issue that was subject to be done in this fashion. So that was item 1. Secondly, we spent quite a bit of time continuing our discussion of the potential revisions to 10.2.4, the emergency notice for fuel hazard reduction. I think we made substantial progress in some of the remaining issues there. We have some fairly extensive changes to the rule text as it had been in existence yesterday. The board staff will work on that, and we will probably do a final revisit of that next committee meeting, and then potentially bring that to the board next month for action, and that would be on an emergency basis. And thirdly, we discussed the status of the exemption emergency regulations, which the board passed on an emergency basis. These were the changes to the exemptions that were brought forward by SB 901. So all the changes that the committee and the board worked through late last year and then early this year to fashion a new set or revised set of exemptions. We adopted that emergency regulation on January 23rd. And so we went through the other, what non-substantive language changes there would be to that bill package in preparation for asking the board for recommending a reauthorization of that language. And so we did that successfully. There was one minor change that we identified that had not been previously identified by board staff, and that was with respect to how just designation of stump and or outside bark or not outside bark. So some places in the language designated outside bark, some did not. So we're just going to make that uniform. I just say stump diameter, presumption that the convention is that outside bark is the way that's measured. And so with that, otherwise, the changes that are in your binder are those changes that the committee went through yesterday and felt satisfactory to put to the board today for reauthorization of this package. So with that, I would like to make a motion that the board authorizes the readoption of the findings and the rule text with the minor amendments that were made yesterday, and with the what I mentioned just now about the outside bark terminology, with the proviso that board staff can continue to make non-substantive changes and respond to any requests by OAL for the same.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by member Janai. For discussion? Seeing none, please call.
I'm sorry, just could you clarify where you ultimately landed regarding canopy closure on that?
That canopy closure was on the other one.
Oh,
yeah, so this
is the last.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
sorry.
apologize, I said that right.
Yeah, so no canopy closure.
Yeah. Oh,
we're good? Okay. Please call the question.
Janai,
Aye.
Willis. No. Los Muertos,
Aye.
Chase,
Aye.
Wade,
Aye.
Usari,
Aye.
Gillis.
Aye.
Motion passed unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Keith, just on that canopy closure issue, I
Yes.
suspect that at our next committee meeting, that will be one of the final touches that we put together. It will be discussed, and I think we'll have it cleaned up to present to the board.
Great. Thank you. Great, then I'm going to turn to member Chase for the management committee, and I believe you have a couple action items for us as well.
Yeah, we do. Management committee met yesterday, and we just had 2 items on the agenda, both of which will be advanced to the full board today for consideration. The first issue was discussion of potential revision to the stocking standards, and we will be today seeking approval of the ISOR reported by Davis and revised fleet. Just sort of a brief overview, Dan can walk us through the changes, but at a high level, essentially what the revisions do is reduce the point count stocking levels to 200 trees per acre for the coast district on sites 1 and 2, and then 125 trees per acre on site 1, 2, and in the northern and southern districts, and also site 3 on the coast, and then 100 trees per acre for sites 4 and 5, regardless of district. These stocking standards apply to the coast, northern, and southern district, and will not apply to the southern sub-district or any counties under special rules. We have made a commitment to revisit the southern sub-district and any counties with special rules in a subsequent effort that's coming up later this year to review basal area standards more comprehensively and address issues that pertain to that sub-district. We also revised the point value for trees over 4 inches DBH to, reduce the point values corresponding with the reduction in the point count to ensure that stands are adequately stocked if the post-harvest stocking is made up of larger trees. The draft does give the RPF the ability to explain and justify alternatives to the basal area stocking levels if certain conditions are addressed and met. But under no case can you drop below the minimum resource conservation standard of 85 square feet per site 1 and 50 square feet for all other sites. There's also a slight reduction or change in the point count stocking used for commercial thinning operations where the post-harvest average DBH is less than 14 inches. So those are kind of the substantive changes. We reviewed the draft ISOR and draft lead yesterday, went through, fixed some things for consistency, made some changes to the economic analysis that was used in the ISOR to justify the changes, and clarified several items. So Dan can walk us through. Before he does that, I really have to tip my hat to a number of folks who put a ton of effort into getting this done. And this was a heavy lift, and we've gotten an awful lot done by the June meeting. So thanks to board staff, thanks to the William Main Group, thanks to George Gentry and many others who came together and did some really good work here. This ISOR is the most comprehensive I've ever seen, and it's really an ironclad justification for the actions that we're taking, and I feel good about it. So Dan, if you could walk us through the changes, that would be great.
Okay, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Dan Stapleton, licensing officer.
One thing, before you guys don't turn your binders, they're loose leaf in front of you, because those are revised documents that were put together last night. So the loose leaf documents before you are the ones that you're going to want to be referring to through Dan's discussion.
Yep.
Pardon me.
No problem. Okay, so let's look at, it's not labeled as such, but it'd be management 1-2, so that would be the plea. And just to go over some of the changes, anything that's highlighted in red and underlined or stricken out in red, those are the changes that have occurred since the workshop that we had in May. So beginning with chapter 7 at the top there on page 1, Article 5 is included because we had to provide the standards for the point count stocking sampling procedure. So that's contained in Article 5, so we added that. We also, as Chris mentioned, added some changes to the trees per acre requirement for trees and the intermediate treatment for commercial thinning. Where trees less than 14 inches, there's just a tree per acre standard. That used to be, I think it was 100 for all sites, and now we've changed it based off the coast and then on the northern and southern. So moving on to page 5, item E is the performance-based standard for an RPF to propose an alternative standard. If they answer some specific questions, provide some information about the site, you'll see that achieve suitable resource conservation is stricken because we have written this so it will not drop below the resource conservation standards. The resource conservation standards indicate that that is suitable resource conservation, so we don't need to restate that. And then we go on to say the stocking shall contribute to one or more of the following forest health and ecological goals. In between the workshop and now, some of the language changed and it didn't get translated to the ISOR. So A, B, C, and D here, we'll have 2 more elements added from the workshop that's in the ISOR, but it's not here. So these are a couple of things that will be changing. On page 6, again, we discussed contribute to one or more of the forest health and ecological goals identified and reference them rather than saying achieve suitable resource conservation. We identify them in the rules and do some wordsmithing on the bottom where the director, this
this last three lines, 15, 16, and 17 of page 6, came from the prior section, so it was just made more contemporary and easier to read. And group selection, again, we had stated before it was 300 point count. Well, we just referenced the rules and try to be consistent throughout. Under the intermediate treatments, we discussed the trees that are 14 inches deviation or less, and before the rule was that it was 100 trees per acre for site 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and 75, 75 for 5, I guess it was. Anyway, we struck that language out. We tried to make it more specific to the Coast District and the Northern Southern through discussion and participation in the workshop. We said we changed it to 100 trees per acre for the Coast District and 65 trees per acre over 4 inches for the Northern and Southern District. Initially out of the workshop, the proposal was 60, but we had to remain consistent with the point count, so we had to bump it up to 65. And then one of the areas that we discussed was for fuel break defensible space, which is a special prescription. We added on line 13 additional language to say to maintain a shaded fuel break. We also expanded the geographic scope of the fuel break defensible space special prescription by adding language at the end that says that not only can we have a fuel break that meets the objectives of a community fuel break area, but also the other objectives identified by the RPF with the written concurrence of a public fire agency and determined by the director to be consistent with the purpose of the act. So this allows us to move beyond just a community fuel break. We can do things outside of a communal area and try to treat some fuels and help protect natural resources on the landscape. Then on page 15, okay, we had some changes even yesterday. We used to state that in the protection and restoration of beneficial functions of the riparian zone and watersheds were listed in anadromous salmonids. On page 15, line 8 and 9, before we said just the average point count of 300 trees per acre. We changed that again to just reference the regs and remain consistent. So the point count standards contained in 912.7 B1. Down below, we added the section for 1072.6 because we had to adjust the stocking standards. So initially there was only one for 300 point count. We split it up for Coast District and for the Northern Southern because of the differences in the point count. And so we ended up with subsection A, Coast Forest District, 200 point count. And then the plot radius had to be changed to deal with the fact that we have wider space trees. And we needed to be able to accurately survey the area for the point count. And then under B, we have the Northern and Southern, which is 125 point count. And then all the changes therein. So that was, it's really, it looks complicated, but it's actually just pretty much an arithmetic endeavor. So, George Entry sat down and took care of this for us, and so I'm very appreciative of that.
And it was vetted by several industry inventory experts and.
And Tim
Robards looked at it. Our biggest thing is the 55% stock plot method, and that using that method, we're conservative. Even using these wider spacings and lower stocking numbers, we get a good sample. All right, so that's, any questions on the plea? Okay.
Any request for agency comment on this? No. And any request for public comment? Okay.
Is this a good time for suggested edits, or should we wait till the ISR is done?
Well, I think the action here would have been approval of the ISR and a 45-day notice. So if there's change we'd have to make, I guess we should get it on the table right now.
Yeah, I have two small changes here, so, and I'll detail them as I go through the ISOR.
There were some changes on the rule text that I would suggest as well. Is this a good time for that?
Better to make sure what we're dealing with. So.
Yeah, it's super simple. So on page 4, line 5, 7, and 9, it's almost so stupid to bring it up, but in every other place, DBH has got periods behind it instead of just listed as an acronym, which seems really stupid to me, but in the rest of the, from my scan of this thing, every time we mention it, it's DBH period behind each letter. I don't know if this is just my own editorial problem, but on page 7, line 5, the standard in science is always put leading zeros in front of the decimal point. I don't know if we do that in rule text or not, but I don't know if we have a standard in that.
Oh, on the quarter acre.
Yep.
Is there a preferred convention here? I think that's non-substantive, but yes.
No,
you're right, I would have always written the zeros in a scientific paper, so if you could maybe check on that. I think that's similar to making sure the identification of decimals.
Page 7, line 5, is that what you said? Oh, like 0.025 acres?
Yeah.
Or 0.25 acres?
0.25.
Yeah, in a paper you would put the leading zero in.
It's a tradition in science. I don't know how important it is in legal text.
Right, and, or what OAL likes.
Yeah, right.
How it likes numbers represented.
Right.
Yeah.
We'll take a look at that.
Yeah.
Also on page 6, on line 14, because as I mentioned earlier, we have some consistency we need to obtain between the ISOR and the plea, and that would be on line 14. Will soon read A to F, not just A to D, as we have 2 more items that are in the plea from the workshop that need to be included. Okay.
Page 10, line 13. DBH again. On line of page 15, line 21 and 22, this came out of a comment that Chris brought up yesterday. The following standards are for forest districts listed below, not for each of the forest districts.
Okay.
Remember, Chase, we were concerned around the universalism of each forest district, but we actually excluded a couple.
Yeah. Gosh.
I think that's it for me. Sorry, super minor.
No, that was helpful, thank you.
Yeah.
Member Hussack.
So when you, back on page 5, I just looked at this, you had mentioned, Dan, that we're going to make the rule text agree with the ISOR page 3, which I think is are these bullet points.
Yep.
Then are we going to make the rule text agree with the ISOR, or the ISOR agree with the rule text? Because it isn't the same. I mean, you
Right.
have to actually.
We're gonna take the ISOR language and put it in.
Oh, okay, all right, that's fine, so that'll just be the same.
Yep.
Right, that's my only question.
And that was a good catch, remember, Andre brought that up this morning.
Great. Any comments while we're at this point in our discussions on the ISOR? Okay.
So did you want edits on the ISOR now?
That's what I'm saying. If there are any comments on the ISOR,
So a couple.
let's get those out.
Yeah, one just off the bat, subchapter 5 needs to be included at the top under Article 2, 3, and 6.
Okay.
Page 1, Forest Practice Act of 1973 that's repeated, so strike one of those.
It's a good year.
Both.
Yeah,
Are you
just
searching
one
for the?
No, just want to make sure I didn't miss it. Page 7. On the last paragraph. So just for context, yesterday we had 2 different ways of referring to lands and grounds.
Yeah.
Didn't fix them all, it looks like, so the 4th line, 5th line down, grounds needs to be changed to lands.
Timberlands, I think was where we settled.
The timberlands or just lands?
Timberland.
So none of those are timberlands then, they're all lands.
It's not necessary, right, for all the purposes of what they'll review.
Well,
Where are we? Who's talking?
the,
Yeah, got it.
We talked about it,
Okay.
decided that it would still be suitable in its, because it would create a inconsistency with some of the other parts. Because land is used in the language, so I think that was the basis for leaving that, making the one change in ground and making it lands.
Okay, that's fine.
Is that correct?
We still have a couple grounds left over in that last paragraph. On line 5 and then the second to that or third to last line. So
Yeah.
You're talking the eyesore?
Yeah.
Last paragraph, line 5?
Well, no lines, but
Yeah.
the
And
5th
then-
line, the second to last and third to last line have ground.
Yeah.
I think that's all. I skimmed it this morning, so I don't know if I caught them all.
Okay.
Okay. Sharp eyes, thank you very much to everybody that gave that close reading. Then, I think the changes we've talked about to the rule text would be considered non-substantive enough that we can still proceed with this as a single motion. So, Member Chase, on behalf of the Management Committee, would you like to make that motion for approval of the ISOR and authorization for the update notice?
Yes, move to approve the ISOR for the stocking and silvicultural standards amendments of 2019, and also approval of the rule text with the same title for 45-day notice, with the caveat that if you encounter any other non-substantive edits, you're free to change those.
Very good. Seconded by Member Los Huertas. Further discussion? Hearing none, please call the question.
Janai.
Aye.
Los Huertos.
Aye.
Chase.
Aye.
Wade.
Aye.
Usari.
Aye.
Gillis.
Aye.
Motion passed unanimously.
And I think we have.
Yep, moving right along, so the second agenda item from our meeting yesterday was a revision of the categorical exemptions. And basically what this does is it updates the list of board activities that fall within CEQA exempt classes, and specifically includes state forest management plans and designation of hazardous fire areas are added to those classes. So we are bringing this before the full board and moving to adopt the ISOR and rule text on this as well. Matt, if you, or Eric.
This does constitute a change in the state forest management that's useful, I think, right, for the designations, the purpose of the document. By adding them to this list.
So to be clear, what this is doing is identifying projects that this board, or actions that this board considers, and identifying as being potentially categorically exempt. It is not exempt by.
Correct. By our action.
By the action today. So it still is incumbent upon the project proponent to, upon preparation of the project, or preparation of the document, or whatever action it may be, to clarify how that class, how that action fits within the potential class in which is identified in this regulation. Does that make sense?
It's best practices for CEQA, right?
So, yeah, exactly, and it's actually required in the guidelines that the agency do this. This is an action that's required for you to periodically update what actions that you consider. So in the class, for the instance of the state forest management plan, should those management plans be prepared in a manner that is informational based only, then it would be up to the board staff, assisting you, or the state forest manager to identify that the manner in which this management plan is prepared is indeed consistent with the exemption that's in class 4.
Yep.
Yep. Any requests for agency comment on this action before we proceed? Any requests for public comment?
So I move to approve the ISOR and the plea for 45-day comment with the caveat that any non-substantive amendments may be made by staff.
Is there a second to the motion? Second. Seconded by Member Los Huertas. For discussion. Hearing none, please call the question.
Janai.
Aye.
Los Huertas.
Aye.
Chase.
Aye.
Wade.
Aye.
Musari.
Aye.
Gillis.
Aye.
Motion passed unanimously.
Okay, and Mr. Stapleton, you're already in position for item 12 on our agenda.
Right, okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. We have 12 registered professional foresters that have requested license withdrawal. This would require a roll call by the board. So they are Richard Carson, Rex Clark, Kenneth Goins, Dennis Posen, Wayne Mitchell, Leo Hessian, Ralph Minich, Scott McDonald, Wayne McDonald, James Harvey, James Dudley, and the one I couldn't figure out, but I'm assuming is Old Butch.
Ola.
Bush. Ola Bush. Okay, there you
Oh
go.
man, you're so not okay. Is motion for approval of the withdrawal list as outlined to the board just now. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Member Los Huertas. By discussion, I just want to point out that Wayne Mitchell was a wonderful collaborator in my early years of working with CAL FIRE. He and Don Perkins are the two people that kind of drew me into the world of fire, having been mostly a forest products trade guy up to that point. And I loved his intelligence and professionalism. And I think you probably crossed paths with Wayne more than once in your career.
Many meetings.
We have a motion, seconded. Any further board discussion? No, please call the question.
Janai.
Aye.
Los Huertas.
Aye.
Chase.
Aye.
Wade.
Aye.
Musari.
Aye.
Gillis.
Aye.
Motion passed unanimously.
We have one forester who is voluntarily relinquishing his license. I don't think that requires any action, however. But we have 4 foresters that have passed from our ranks. Harry Colin Abraham, RPF 203. Hank Abraham, UC Berkeley grad, 1942.
42 and a half.
42 and a half.
He was always insistent in his class, 42 and a half.
You must have graduated mid-year there, okay. Hank loved the High Sierra and spent much of his youth there skiing, hiking, and participating in Boy Scouts. He was active in the SAF and the California Berkeley Alumni Association and retired as Chief Forester for American Forest Products after 25 years in the South Sierra Division. Harry Camp, RPF 342, passed away on April 22nd. He was 108 years old. Harry graduated from the University of California in 1933 and spent the next 42 years working with the U.S. Forest Service. He received numerous awards, including the John Beale Award for Service to the Society of American Foresters. He retired in 1974 as Regional Director of the Pacific Southwest Forest and Range Experiment Station. When he passed, he was the 14th oldest American, and he is likely the oldest former RPF.
The oldest person in the state of Minnesota at the time.
Was it Minnesota? Okay.
In Minnesota.
Okay.
He's also in Minnesota. He was known as the runner-up to an infamous cribbage competition earlier. I think it was late last year. He was up against a 105-year-old challenger. He lost by 1 point.
And before we move on to the next name on your list, those that want to see some memories of these guys, both Hank Abraham and Harry Camp have videos on the Berkeley Centennial site recounting issues in their careers. And with Hank's typical humor, he recounts how he managed to fell a tree that started a chain reaction, something like 5 or 6 trees coming down up where we teach forestry camp. It's quite a guy.
David Arthur Bishel, many of you know David, and he passed away April 25, 2019, at the age of 68. He was an exemplary 44-year career dedicated to forest management and sustainability. He was a forestry manager for Southern Pacific Land Company's 220,000-acre Mount Shasta district, and he served 22 years as the president and chief executive officer for the California Forestry Association. He served in a leadership capacity in many professional and community organizations, including the chairman of the National Forest Industry Associations Council, president of the California Licensed Forester Association, chairman of the Northern California Society of American Foresters, chairman of the National Council of Forestry Association Executives, and executive officer of the State of California Board or Professional Foresters Licensing Program. So, a sad day for Dave passing. So,
And I wonder, would anyone from CFA like to take the podium for a moment?
Thank you, Chair Gillis, members of the board. There's many of us in here, including those sitting at the dais, who could be up here and say exactly the things I'm probably going to say. So, and when you think back, those of us that went through school or graduated in the 70s, and there's several of you, there's a couple of you at the dais, we saw the entire shift in the change from the infancy of the key environmental policy changes, the Endangered Species Act, Clean Water Act, the Forest Practices Act, the NRDC versus ARCO, that changed the complexion forever. Dave was there for all that, as was Mike, as was I, as was Mr. Solinsky behind me, as was Helgi, as was George. Then through watching that from the lens of the CLFA, and both Dave and I were past presidents, Bertie Bush followed Dave. Dave was the chair of the PFVC I was PFVC chair for 12 years. He sat in Matt Diaz's chair for a number of years as the executive officer of the Board of Forestry, and then at CFA. So needless to say that, and then of course these years as the dirt forester with Santa Fe Southern Pacific. Needless to say, Dave's career spanned the entire gamut of learning from the ground up and then taking that knowledge and turning it into applied policy and making it work. So thoughts are with Dave and Dave's family. We had a very nice memorial for him, 3 Fridays ago, up in Auburn. Well attended by a lot of folks that haven't seen for a long time. So Dave was a true professional and a forester's forester. Thank you.
Many of you know that I spent my whole life in forestry. And foresters are my heroes. And it stings when I lose a forester. And this list today stings just a little bit more. I pretty much know everybody here. Mike Howell was a personal friend of mine. I cruised timber with him in Mendocino. Harry Camp was a legend. Dave? Well, Dave was the kind of forester that I really admired because, like Harry Camp, he was about service. And He was president of CLFA. He was a strong SAF supporter. He was the executive officer for Forestry's licensing. And he knew so many people, and he did so many things. He accomplished so much. His reach was far and wide and influential. And all I can say is that we're fortunate to have had all these people. Dave stepped into the California Forestry Association at a very bad time. The president had been murdered of our association, and Dave had to step up and take over that association and lead it forward. And it wasn't an easy task, and he did it with dignity and grace. Thank you.
One last person on our list, Mike Howell, RPF 2030, passed away November 2nd at the age of 67. Mike was a graduate of Humboldt State. He worked for Schuster Logging right out of college and then spent several years with Masonite in Ukiah. Then he started his own consulting business out of Boonville, and he did that for over 30 years. He was a longtime member of the California Licensed Foresters Association and a board member of the Mendocino County Planning Commission and Airport Commission and the Farm Bureau. So anyway, I think we can all appreciate the contributions of these men and what they had on the profession here in California, and our condolences go out to the families for these fine foresters.
Thank you. And I believe our last item, Ms. Harold, is with the Joint Institute on Wood Products Innovation.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gillis and members of the board. So today I'm going to be talking to you about a draft charter that you have for Wood Products Innovation consideration. It's item 12B2 or II in your binders. And the original draft charter was given to you back in January, just as background information. Since then, the board approved the 8 advisory council members in March that we then incorporated into the Institute, and 2 of those members worked on developing the current charter that you have in front of you, which kind of just is more reflective of what the advisory council and the Institute was intending. So now you have that current version. After the draft was put together, we vetted it through some key partners, including the Resources Agency, the Forest Management Task Force, Wood Utilization Group, and some other people. Took all that feedback, incorporated it, and really the highlights for changes since that January draft really are that there's a chair and a co-chair now that will be sitting on the Institute. The 2 co-chairs, one will be a board member, currently Keith Gillis, or Chairman Gillis, and then one will be a Resources Agency representative, which at this point will be Jessica Morse. And then we'll still have our UC and our Cal Poly representatives, and then our 8 council members. We did up the number of council members to 9, and so we have 1 vacancy so that we as a group can get together and decide if there are any gaps in specialty or areas of expertise that we might want to pull from to further inform the Institute. Other than that, other highlights, really, the spirit of the document is the same as it was in January. Really, the big changes are just kind of there's more of an emphasis toward workforce and workforce development kind of issues, as well as this business incubator kind of model where we'll be assisting, with bringing people together around business in these communities, trying to get these innovative ideas up and running, or assisting, I should say, in getting them up and running. So today we're hoping that, that you've reviewed it, that you're accepting of it, and that we can move forward in adopting it. And then it is revisable, so as the focus of the Institute might change, then we can make those updates and coming back to the board for your review again and consideration and approving those updates.
Questions from board members from Ms. Harold? No questions.
I just had one question, is when you talked about the leadership and it names a few institutions, and it was started out very general and then it got very specific, so UC Berkeley College of Natural Resources. I'm not sure it has to be UC Berkeley College of Natural Resources,
or maybe Danner? I'm curious
It
about that.
was discussed, yeah.
And then the next one was, it's very specific around Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, and there may be other people from CSU in general.
That's totally true. This is a dynamic
Yeah, so
thing.
again, I don't wanna like get in the way of it, it just seems really prescriptive and narrow for the charter, and that the different people can be substituted in.
Sure, I understand what you're
From the
saying.
larger institution, but like Darcy said, I'm not gonna die on this sword, that's for sure.
Well, you're right in that this is not intended, under any reasonable set of victory conditions to be a Berkeley Cal Poly effort. They both have roles to play. So I think when we start up, especially in the first year of activity, where we're trying to lay the groundwork for where this needs to go, we wanted parties that were publicly responsible in the initial contract to make sure that somebody was accountable for doing the deliverables. And so I think in the long run, yeah, it's very much like all three of the centers I started at Berkeley as a dean. I always said my victory condition is that within 5 years, the leadership of this comes from some other part of the campus than my college. So I think that's where we're headed for this in the long run. But I view this as a startup, and if we can hit the ground running, this is a policy that will evolve, and even the opportunities will evolve based on some of the legislation that I know is walking back and forth between the Senate and Assembly now in terms of workforce development. So a lot of interesting stuff going on. So that's the reasons for the specificity. That was very much a desire of mine for accountability.
Fair enough.
Other questions? Well,
is this something we need to take action on?
We do. So like all of our board policies, this is a simple approval issue.
I move that we approve the California Joint Institute for Wood Products Innovation Charter.
And seconded from member Janai. Board discussion. Hearing none, please call the question.
Janai,
Aye.
Los Huertos,
Aye.
Chase,
Aye.
Wade,
Aye.
Usari. Aye. Gillis.
Aye.
Motion passed unanimously.
That, I believe, brings us to public forum. And Mr. Diaz, do we have any requests for comment in public forum?
We do not, unless there's any online. Curtis?
No.
No questions.
No. Hearing no requests for comment, Board of Forestry and Fire Protection is adjourned.